My friends, the burning desire, the burning urgency for us at this moment is that our region needs to make a massive transformational change. For a sharp turn into the headwind of new possibilities for our region's climate threats. So what if the region modernizes its data estate for the creation of a climate change big data AI platform that will ingest structured and unstructured disparate environmental and climate data sets, such as greenhouse gases, hurricane frequencies, reduced precipitation, coastal degradation, coastal flooding, sea level rise, deforestation, soil erosion, fossil fuel, tropical cyclones, health and food insecurities, displacement, volcanic activities, hurricanes, heat wave, wildfires, and droughts. We have the capability right now, as you would see in our participants, to employ machine learning and artificial intelligence to gain deep insights into the data sets by extracting themes and patterns and trends from these massive data sets that were not humanly possible. And where algorithms learn from historical environmental and climate change occurrences, making predictions about the region's future and explicitly prescribing what preemptive action our region should take to secure the future of our small island development states through climate resilience strategies. Trusted colleagues, this has been the journey of the 2022 Growth Resilience Dialogue Climate Resilience Data Challenge. For the past 3 months, that has brought us to this final pitch today with our 4 teams. The challenge was organized around 7 major data sets, which align with the OECS and the ECCB region climate resilience and development priorities. They are: number 1, rise in heat temperatures; number 2, the intensity and frequency of hurricanes and floods; number 3, reduced precipitation and low rainfall; number 4, coastal degradation; number 5, coastal flooding and sea level rise; number 6, deforestation; and number 7, soil erosion. These are the areas that strengthen the livelihood of our region. The Climate Resilience Data Challenge team sent out calls for data scientists, university students, faculty, and participants from across the world. Participants were charged with the development of an AI application prototype that could contribute to deep insights on key climate data issues that can lead to improved policy formulation, decision-making, and advanced incentives on climate resilience in the region. In addition, the participants were further challenged to focus on the solutions, drawing on capacities and capabilities in artificial intelligence, data science, data analytics, as well as relevant data governance and policy framework regarding data portability, data privacy, and data security. The team then moved with some very important specific dates where all teams had to approach the portal and access the information about the competition and the challenge on the 21st of January 2022. The teams were then charged with all submissions being due and submitted on March the 21st. And then the data challenge shortlisting and notification of the final 4 teams were issued between March 22nd and the 30th. My friends, when we think about what we do as data scientists and what these teams have done, the image on the screen could give you a sense of a black box. But let me tell you what these teams had to do in the life cycle of data science. They first had to define a problem. And like any scientific journey, you define the business understanding. So whether it was sea level rising, what is the impact of that on tourism? Or what is the impact of that on regional trade? You define the problem by first understanding the business. The next thing they had to do once they understood the business was to acquire the right data. We have a saying in data science, bad data in, bad solution out. So they not only had to find the right data, after they sourced the data, they then had to look at the environment. Then they had to do data wrangling, see whether there was junk in the data, pull that out, make sure that the data was clean. And then they started what we call scoring the data. And what you see on the screen is like a lake. So imagine that the center where you see catalytic emotions, imagine that is clean water for a village. You wouldn't bring dirty and polluted water into that lake in order for the citizens of the village to drink. What you would do is that you would bring in that water, filtered to some degree, but filtered further into the lake, so that as it goes back up to the population, it is clean and treated water. What you're looking at the screen is the last part of data that has been cleaned, coming down from each one of the 17 United Nations sustainability goals, coming into the data lake, meeting the algorithms that were deployed. The algorithms gain deep insight into the data, sends back up that ones and zeros to each one of the entities, and then decisions are made as to how we predict resilience in the region. So I just want to thank everyone for this opportunity to chair this challenge. It has been a tremendous opportunity working with the teams and working with the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank team. And I really appreciate what we have done here. We have put into the ground a flag. This has never been done in the Caribbean. We are now looking at artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data analytics. According to my grandmother, we are doing big people stuff here. But it's a start. And I applaud all the teams and my colleagues from the Eastern Caribbean Bank for what they have been able to do here today, because this is just the beginning. As I mentioned, bad data in, bad solution out. What we hope to do with this competition is raise the consciousness of our region that we need to collect the data, because that's the only way we could make data-driven decisions about how we continue to manage and mitigate and find solutions to the threats of global warming and climate change. So I now return the proceedings to our moderator, Dr. Clarence Henry, who will introduce our judges and our 4 finalist teams. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dr. Charles, who is our chair of the Growth and Resilience Dialogue, Climate Resilience, Artificial Intelligence Data Challenge. Thank you for this overview. So we are at this time ready to go. I know our finalists, our 4 finalists are all ready, eager to present a lot of the good work that they've done over the several months of preparation. But before introducing our 4 finalists, take the opportunity to introduce our 4 judges. We have Dr. Louis Agibne, who is currently employed as the data scientist and program technologist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California, within the application, consulting, development, and engineering section. We also have our second judge, Mr. Randall Pandoli, who works in the artificial intelligence area for over a decade, with application in the field of data science in multiple domains, such as the environmental science, oil and gas, finance and banking, and education. Mr. Randall serves as an IT applications manager for the University of West Indies Open Campus and a roster of experts for the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. He has worked on various business intelligence projects to enhance the tracking of emissions in the Caribbean region and developed a knowledge management system for Trinidad and Tobago to track, report, and verify these emissions. Our third judge, ladies and gentlemen, is Dr. David A. Farrell. Dr. Farrell was appointed principal of the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology, CIMH, an institution of the Caribbean community and the technical organ of the Caribbean Meteorological Organization, CMO. In May 2006, after previously being employed as a senior scientist at the Center for Nuclear Waste Regulatory Analysis, Southwest Research Institute, San Antonio, Texas. At the CIMH, he leads a diverse group of Earth, climate, and social scientists who work with regional and international stakeholders to deliver innovative solutions to risk-informed regional decision-making. Dr. Farrell has over 30 years experience working primarily on geoscience problems in North America and the Caribbean. And ladies and gentlemen, our fourth judge this morning is Mr. Seth Sayers. Seth is a senior program officer with the Identification for Development ID4D initiative at the World Bank Group. Launched in 2014, the initiative's mission is to enable all people to access services and exercise their rights by increasing the number of people who have secure, verifiable, and officially recognized IDs. Before joining the World Bank Group, Seth was Standards Program Manager for IDIMA, an international trade organization that represents the US 35 billion disk drive industry. Seth has been recognized for his work by the World Economic Forum as a member of the forum's Global Agenda Council on Data-Driven Development, as well as by Rockefeller and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundations. So we want to welcome all four of our judges this morning. Our four panelists, and I suppose very excited to be in the front stage, so to speak, this morning, a group of very intelligent, very assertive, very forward-thinking individuals, and I will take the opportunity at this point to introduce each of our finalists. So finalist one, comprising of a two-member team. So you have Ms. Odessa Eli and Mr. Kern Toussaint. And just to say a little about the group, this group is comprised of data science consultant and software engineer from the Commonwealth of Dominica, the Nature Isle, but currently residing in the USA. A little about Ms. Eli. Ms. Eli is an associate data science consultant, of course, born in Dominica and reside in Arkansas, the United States. She has a bachelor's degree in computer science and international and global studies, and a master's degree in information systems. She has been working in the data science field for almost 1 year and with a focus on data engineering. She works with various tools such as SQL, Python, cloud technologies, and dashboarding software to develop and deliver analytic solutions to clients. Her partner, Mr. Tucson, is a software engineer also from Dominica and also residing in Arkansas, United States. He holds a bachelor's degree in computer engineering and almost 2 years of experience in software development. He develops, optimizes, and publishes net web services and APIs. He handles the deployment and release of new software and maintains in-house applications, primarily written in, I believe, C#, and I'm learning a lot from what I'm seeing here, and Java programming languages. So let us welcome finalist 1. I will take the opportunity now also to welcome finalist 2, which is one individual team. So Ms. Odion Hillox. Odion Hillox is a MSc data science student. And that is Mr. Hillox, apologies. Data science student at the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus. Currently a teacher on study leave from the Emmanuel High School, Mesopotamia, in the great island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So let's welcome again, Mr. Hillox, finalist 2. Finalist 3 is a team of 8. And take the opportunity to introduce each of the team members. We have Elinas Eldefonsi, assistant lecturer from the country of Tanzania, residing in Antigua and Barbuda. Professional experience, has researched on the mixed initiative design of educational games, research, and on software engineering. We also have Ms. Karen Ching, assistant professor from the People's Republic of China, residing in the United States of America. She's done research in applied machine learning, data science in human health, and education. We also have on this team, Mr. Fabian Bertrand, a student from the island of Dominica, residing in Antigua and Barbuda. We have another student, Mr. David Wang, residing in the US, professional experience, design intern at ECD, coding and data science at UMBC as a data science intern. We also have Estangen Asongani, student from Cameroon, residing again in Antigua and Barbuda. Finalist 4, we have a team of 7. The team leader, Emily Ramsani, and including here other team members which I'm about to present. So let me start with the team lead. So Dr. Emily Ramsani is a lecturer, data scientist at the UWI 5 Islands campus, Antigua. She resides and is from the country of Trinidad and Tobago. Professional experience, information resources management in the energy and manufacturing sectors, strategic planning, project management, and experience leading technical teams, working alongside decision makers. We also have Dr. Letilia Anderson, project officer, country of birth and residence, Trinidad and Tobago. Professional experience, has over 10 years experience lecturing probability, statistics, and mathematics courses in various faculties, leading statistical and mathematical models at tertiary level, team player in institutional and academic research projects, and data analyst. We have Mr. Kevin Rajaman, who is a manager, analytics, and marketing technology specialist, resides in Trinidad and Tobago, has over 10 years industry experience in data science, analytics, and MLA. 2 years in research. We have Kyle King, student of the University of West Indies 5 Island campus in the Faculty of School of Science, Computing, and of course, Artificial Intelligence, resides in Antigua and Barbuda and also a citizen of Antigua and Barbuda. Professional experience, software engineering, gardening hobbies. Mr. Ken Mahohai is a product manager residing in Trinidad and Tobago, has over 18 years of experience providing IT infrastructure support and managed services to enterprise consumers. We also have Mr. Jafari Hazelwood, student of the 5 Islands campus in the School of Social Science, Computing, and of course, Artificial Intelligence. From the island of Antigua and Barbuda, also a citizen of Antigua and Barbuda, and has extensive experience as a musician. We also have Mr. Telly George, who is a software engineering manager from Antigua and Barbuda Social Security Board, adjunct lecturer at the UWI 5 Islands campus. Reside in Antigua and Barbuda, and professional experience, system analyst, programmer, National Computer Center for over 2 years, programmer, system administrator, Worldwide International Bank, lecturer of the UWI program, as I indicated, particularly in the undergrad program for over 22 years, adjunct lecturer at the 5 Islands campus, assistant IT manager from the Antigua and Barbuda Social Security Board with 20 years of experience, software engineering manager, Antigua and Barbuda Social Security Board. So here we have it, our 4 finalists ready to go, ready to present to the rest of the world their ideas and to be judged on these ideas. So I want us to take the opportunity to welcome all of our finalists, and our hands go out to you for all the good work that you've done over that period. Your time is now, and your time starts now. So we take this opportunity to introduce and welcome finalist 1 and to allow her and her team member the opportunity to present the good work that she and Mr. Tusen has been working on. And so the floor, Ms. Edel, is now passed on to you. Certainly, good luck, and we look forward to seeing your good work.
Thank you. Good morning. I just want to make sure, can you hear me?
We're hearing you loud and clear.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Odessa Eli, and I've been working with Kun Tuse on something that we call the Caribbean Climate App. So to begin, what exactly is the problem? So first of all, we recognize that Caribbean countries are vulnerable to the effects of climate change, and those effects include rising temperatures, reduced precipitation, and the intensity and frequency of hurricanes and floods. According to the United Nations in 2021, the North American, Central American, and Caribbean region resulted in 18% of weather, climate, and water-related disasters worldwide, and 4% of climate-related deaths worldwide. In numbers, that's more than 74,000 deaths. So another thing that we recognize that is a problem is that the Caribbean and Central America contributed to 7% of economic losses worldwide just due to climate and weather changes. And I think for a small region like the Caribbean and the Central America, contributing to 7% of economic losses due to these changes, that's definitely a problem that's worth solving. So my team asked the research question, what are the relations?
Apologies. Can we stop just one minute?
Sure.
Apologies for this. I'm gonna call you back in a few minutes. Apologies for this.
Present the 6th Growth and Resilience Dialogue, a free 2-day virtual event. More solutions, more innovation. Join as subject matter experts, business professionals, and thought leaders share perspectives and solutions addressing climate change challenges for Caribbean energy, tourism, and health sectors. Solution-oriented, insightful, and engaging 2-day virtual event. See the AI Climate Resilience Data Challenge finalists compete for $10,000 US, inviting CEOs, entrepreneurs, farmers, builders, students, financial service providers, and health service providers. Join the dialogue when you attend the ECCB 6th Growth and Resilience Dialogue, Climate Resilience, Securing the Future of Small Island Developing States, and register to attend.
Small island developing states attend this meeting troubled that the world is teetering dangerously on the precipice of a climate catastrophe if we overshoot the 1.5 degrees goal with fatal consequences, especially for small island states.
Warmer air and sea temperatures have permanently altered the climate between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. Heat is the fuel that takes ordinary storms we could normally master in our sleep, and supercharges them into a devastating force.
So we're ready to go now. Apologies, Ms. Emil, just making sure that all our judges are ready to go. But of course, you would have gotten a little, as the first batter, of a few good balls already, and now seeing the balls very well and ready to hit some 4s and 6s for us. So Ms. Emil, please, the floor is yours for a second time.
Thank you. Okay. Oh. My apologies. Let me just restart my slides, go back to the beginning. Okay, so good morning, everybody. My name is Odessa Eli, and I've been working with Kern Tuse on something that we call the Caribbean Climate App. So let's start with the problem. The problem here is that Caribbean countries are vulnerable to the effects of climate change. And over time, we've been seeing things such as rising temperatures, reduced precipitation, and the intensity and frequency of hurricanes and floods. According to the United Nations in 2021, the North American, Central American, and Caribbean region resulted in 18% of weather, climate, and water-related disasters worldwide. They also resulted in 4% of climate-related deaths worldwide, which is more than 74,000 deaths. Additionally, the Caribbean and Central America contributed to 7% of economic losses worldwide just due to climate and weather changes. And for a small region, the Caribbean and Central America contributing 7% of economic losses, that's actually a big problem, and it's definitely a problem that's worth solving. So my team asked ourselves the research question, what are the relationships between climate-related variables in the Caribbean? And yes, this is a broad question, but we didn't really understand what the relationships were. And so we asked ourselves this general question to give ourselves an idea of what we would want to do about those relationships once we found them. So for us, finding data was actually a big challenge. However, we were able to use the data that was provided by the challenge organizers, and that data consisted of data from 8 ECCU countries. It was all anonymized, so we did not know exactly which countries had which data, but we had 8 ECCU countries data. And we also had a total of 18 variables, which were mostly numeric and included things like temperature, rainfall, some dates, some tropical system descriptions, so storms and floods and so on. And some of them also had wind speed and some additional variables that were not present in all of the data sets from the countries. So our question again was, what are the relationships between climate-related variables in the Caribbean? And to answer that question, we wanted to look at historical trends. And what we saw was that rainfall was decreasing over time. We also saw that as time went on, temperatures were also increasing in general. And another interesting thing that we saw was that some countries generally experience more rainfall than others during the hurricane season. So the orange bars represent the hurricane season, and it shows that, for example, we can see that country A has significantly more rainfall during the hurricane season than any other country in the Caribbean here. Country E is also second in line, but we can definitely see that it's not exactly the same, or it doesn't look close, it doesn't look like it's the same for every single country. So that led us to ask ourselves the question of whether we might want to take a one-size-fits-all approach to solving this problem, or whether we would want to look individually at countries, because they might need to be handled differently due to different levels of vulnerability and risk. So in asking ourselves this question again, looking for more relationships, we did some correlation analysis, and we found overall that there were not many strong correlations. This correlation matrix here shows that the darker shades of blue actually represent the stronger correlations. And this line, this diagonal line here just represents a one-to-one correlation, but because that's just the variable correlating with itself. But we have some dark spots here, which shows that all of the temperature variables are related as we expected. But dew point is also related to temperature as well. But in general, if you take a look at the entire thing, you can see that there are not many strong correlations. So the next thing we did, since we didn't see a lot of strong correlations, we did a quick linear regression just to see if we can see how variables are related to wind speed, which was something that was provided in the data set. And we saw that maximum temperature and cloud cover had the biggest impact on wind speed, but other variables were not as important. So this actually indicates that there are some relationships between the variables, but these relationships are not strong. So how can we use this data to extract value and actually make some good decisions? we really asked ourselves this question: what can we do with this information? And so we decided to create the Caribbean Climate App. And this is a web application that illustrates the relationships between climate variables in the Caribbean. So I'll give a quick demo of the Caribbean Climate App. I'll present in full screen here so we can see. And this is our web app, which basically has a series of dashboards that people can use to click through and look at different relationships. So you could pick 1 year, for example, to look at specifically. If you only wanted to look at 2021, the dashboard would change to reflect that. If you wanted to look at everything, it would also change to reflect that. You could select by country. You could select to look specifically during the hurricane season or specifically at storm data. So there are different things that you could do with this dashboard. It's just to show you relationships and to give you an understanding of the data. We also have this second page, which I'll be pulling up. It's the raw data profile, which gives an overview of the data. So we had 18 variables. We have the number of observations, variable types. If you wanted to understand the data, this is the page you would go to. We have this interaction section where you can look at monthly rainfall compared to relative humidity, or monthly rainfall compared to dew point, or monthly rainfall compared to maybe average wind speed. So you can just look at the interactions here with this specific page. And we also have another page which shows the general relationships between specific things. So this is where we can see how the temperature has changed over time, how rainfall has changed over time, and even the frequency of storms being recorded. And we can see a slight, with the green line, which is a trend line, we can see a slight increase over time in the frequency of storms recorded. So this really gives us an idea of the relationships between our variables. And after looking at these relationships, we decided to come up with some goals for modeling. And our goals, first of all, well, our first goal was to create a model that explains relationships between climate variables, has predictive abilities, and serves as a blueprint for an early warning system. Then we wanted to facilitate a proactive approach to disaster preparedness, because being proactive is always better than being reactive. And we also wanted to create that front-end interface so that relevant stakeholders could access it and look at relationships that are important to them. So that front-end interface was what I just displayed, but we will now start looking at the model, which is supposed to explain relationships, have predictive abilities, and somewhat serve as an early warning system for storms. So the model we chose for this was a decision tree. And on the left here, we have a bar graph that shows where the storms were recorded in each country. So a 1 means, yes, a storm was recorded, and 0 basically means that no storms were recorded in that country. And so we can see that we had limited information or limited access to that information based on the data provided. So only countries B, D, and F provided storm-related data in some way. And so we decided to use a subset of the data for this model. So we used countries B and D because they had a lot more storms recorded than country F. So we focused on B and D. We used monthly rainfall, average temperature, year, and the hurricane season as the input variables. And we also did this model twice, with and without random sampling. So without random sampling, that included all of the data from country B and all the data from country D. And with random sampling, we included an equal sample size of storm versus no storm. Because of the 80-20 training and testing split, we wanted to make sure that there was an equal chance of having both ones and zeros in both training and testing. We also did some pruning to reduce some redundancies, and we wanted to output a list of rules that tell us whether a storm is going to come or not. So the rules, this is the output of the decision tree on the left here, but these are the rules, or some of the main rules that I found from this tree. And rule number 1 is we would predict a storm when rainfall is less than or equal to 133 millimeters, temperature is less than or equal to 26 degrees Celsius, and we're not in the hurricane season. We would also predict a storm when rainfall is greater than 133 millimeters. And this makes sense because if we have a lot of rain, there is it's very likely that this is a storm, or a storm is coming. It doesn't have to be a hurricane. We also have other levels of storms, like, tropical storms, etc. So that's another rule that also makes sense from this decision tree. Rule number 3 is don't predict a storm when rainfall is less than 133 and temperature is greater than 26. That means the temperature is really high and we barely have any rainfall. So it's very unlikely that we're going to get a storm. So don't predict a storm. We could have a disaster, but it's just not going to be a rainfall related storm. And then predict a storm when rainfall is less than 113 and temperature is less than or equal to 26. And we are in the hurricane season. So in terms of the performance of this decision tree, these are the 4 variables we put in, as I mentioned before, and these are their scores, which means the higher the score, the more important that variable is in predicting those rules and being able to predict a storm. So monthly rainfall seemed to be the one that had the highest score here. So it's really important in helping to predict storm. Our confusion matrix also showed that we had 62.5% of true positives and 25% true negatives, which means that we definitely predicted a 1 when it was actually a 1 for the majority of times. And that 1 means that a storm was coming. And then we predicted a 0, as in no storm is coming, for 25% of the time. And then we had no false positives and 12.5% false negatives. So overall, the precision and accuracy of this model is that we have an accuracy of 88%. This is output from our model again. And we have a precision of predicting a 1 of 100%, which we think is very good. We definitely want to have a high precision for predicting whether a storm is going to happen. So that was a 1. And then predicting a 0 of no storm, that was 83% precision. So the pros of this decision tree, it's easy to identify the rules and relationships, which I mentioned previously, the 4 different rules that I found from that tree. That was easy to identify. And we also had some strong accuracy and precision. But the con, or the downside, was that we didn't have a large enough sample size, or we felt like we didn't have a large enough sample size after we had to filter down to the specific countries that had storms. If we had that data for all of the countries, we could definitely have a more robust model, but that's just an overview. So in terms of the impact of this solution and the impact of doing data science in general, first of all, is disaster preparedness. If we do this type of work, we can make more informed decisions. Secondly, a model such as this decision tree can help to create early storm detection systems, and that can save lives, which is ultimately what we want to do. Additionally, in the agriculture industry, temperature and rainfall related data could actually be used for insight into crop production, which is very beneficial. We need to know about the temperatures, we need to know about the rainfall, because we know that things have to be at a certain temperature, or we need a certain amount of water for crop production. For tourism, we definitely want to be able to predict rainfall and temperatures, so that we can alert, we can send alerts for potential dangers of travel. If a tourist is interested in traveling to a country, we want the tourists to come and enjoy themselves. And if it's going to be dangerous, we don't want them to not know that. So I think we could really use it in tourism. And then for development, I think rainfall data can be used in planning and infrastructure development, maybe creation of reservoirs, just different things. We can see that this definitely has the potential to impact various sectors of our economy. So we have some recommendations for technical development or future work on this app. We want to add the decision tree model to that web application that I demoed earlier. And we want to add it so that we can enable stakeholders to even select some parameters and return the likelihood of a storm or heavy rainfall or whatever it is that they want to return. So we want to be able to give them that opportunity. We also want to determine how far into the future the decision tree should predict. We don't want it to be an unreliable model, so we need to be careful with making decisions on how far out do we even want to predict and make available to the public or to relevant stakeholders. We also want to improve data collation via electronic forms or automation with some computer vision. We can definitely do some automation here in terms of making it easy to put the data together when it comes from different countries. And we still need to collect additional data from countries because, as I mentioned before, only a few countries had a lot more variables that we could use to create something interesting. And so we definitely want to be able to collect that from other countries. It was difficult for us to find data elsewhere. So that is definitely something that we need. We also want to send push notifications to subscribers when abnormalities are detected. And we want to create more decision trees so we can predict other areas of interest. For example, we can predict temperature, rainfall, or other economic variables, which we really wish we had access to. But we can definitely create more decision trees to predict other things so people in different sectors can view what's important to them. Some policy recommendations. First of all, we recommend standardizing the data collection and formatting on a regional level. The CSV files that we received had data in different formats from different countries, and it would just be easier and we can speed up the process of getting to the meat of data science, which is not spending so much time on data cleaning and data collation, but actually getting into the investigation portions. And I think that's one of our top priorities. We want to create a shared database to learn from other countries' best practices. So it's not just, doing things in isolation. We want to be able to learn from different countries and their best practices. We want to increase the areas of data collection. So it's not just climate data that we received from these countries, but we know that the impacts are broad. So we want more economic data. We want more of those different things that we can use to predict and to run different models and algorithms. And another recommendation, we don't think that the data should be anonymized unless it's for specific security purposes and so on. But we also feel that an anonymity assumes a one-size-fits-all solution for countries, and we know that countries may be maybe impacted differently by climate phenomena. As we saw earlier, some countries get a lot more rainfall than others, and so we want to make sure that if there are statistically significant differences between these countries, we can identify that and we can target those areas for those specific countries. So our policies can be more specific based on a country's individual risk level and vulnerability. So in conclusion, we really see that there's value in data science and AI solutions. And the biggest value, of course, is definitely being able to save lives. And another thing is that using data science and AI tools can definitely help us to reduce economic losses, which we saw is a big problem in our region. So with that, we conclude our presentation. We thank you for listening and we welcome questions from the judges.
Excellent, Ms. Eli and your team member, Mr. Thompson, Toussaint. We certainly very much learned a lot from presentation. It brought me down a few years memory lane as a graduate student in economics, but certainly a game changer, I believe, if we are able to utilize such data to reduce economic losses, which is one of the major challenges that we have in the climate change discussion. So certainly well done, and congrats. We take the opportunity now to invite our judges to ask of your team 3 questions related to your research. And I invite Mr. Randall Padohi, Dr. David Farrell, as well as Mr. Seth Aries. We can opt to go in that order, or you determine.
All right, so I'll open battings, so to speak, Chair. All right, so this is an excellent presentation. I liked your graphics. I really liked in terms of the dashboard that you presented. Your analysis of your variables were pretty good. In terms of these data and stuff like that, you did mention issues in terms of basically procuring data. Did you look at other countries and basically looking at using simulation data to train your model?
So no, we were not able to do that. Actually, we are still, very much beginners in this phase, so we were not able to do that at this time.
Okay, all right. In terms of the pruning, so you did mention that you did some pruning in terms of a decision tree, and you did produce a fairly nice decision tree. Did you consider any sort of pruning and any sort of, I guess you could say, tuning of the hyperparameters for the pruning?
So also we were not able to do some hyperparameter tuning. We tried to, we were trying to research how to do that, but we were unable to find, a good way to do that with the time limit that we had.
Okay, all right. And last question, in terms of the correlation matrix that you provided, so based on the correlation matrix, you have taken the correlation matrix, looked for probably the most valuable variables, and basically used that for your decision tree. That was the approach that you took?
Originally, that's what we wanted to do. But since we realized that the correlations were not very strong, we actually used our own assumptions and basically variables that we were interested in looking at to determine relationships between those and the Y variable or the
response variable. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Very good. Thank you so much. Excellent job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Panduri. So we invite the other two judges, Dr. Farrell and Mr. Eris.
Good morning. David Farrell here. Thanks for the presentation. The presentation seemed to be well organized and so on. But I have a couple of questions here. One is, how do you account for correlated variables in the analysis that you did?
So in the analysis, we first checked for correlation. We used the Pearson's correlation to develop that matrix. And once we got the matrix and we realized that a lot of the variables were not very strongly correlated, we went ahead to just select variables at random. So it wasn't actually very random. We used the variables of interest that we knew were not like strongly correlated. And by strongly correlated, we mean having a correlation of more than 0.7. And so we didn't use any variables that had those correlations because we didn't want to use, let's say, 3 different temperature variables, maximum, minimum, and average in our model. So we just used one of those.
So for example, if temperature and relative humidity were correlated, how would you deal with that? Would you still build a relationship? Temperature, relative humidity, and precipitation, let's assume, were correlated. How would you use the approach you used to decorrelate? So in other words, some variables are known by physics to be correlated, and I assume that you may have looked it up and so on to figure out which ones are correlated, which ones are not. Is that an approach that you guys did where you merge the physics of the problem with the AI?
So I think we definitely started to do something like that. We were researching some of the terms because we recognized early on that we were not climate experts. So we researched some of the terms and we did realize that, some of them might be related to each other, but they just don't have that strong correlation value when we ran the matrix. But it's something that we considered. But the thing is, with the data set that we used for modeling, we did not see a long list of variables for all of these countries. So they had very limited variables in common that we could actually use. So that actually lessened the load of having to work around strong correlations and so on, because we didn't have dew point, for example, for all of the countries. We only had it for country F, which was not a part of the model. And so that was one of the things that we noticed. We didn't have a lot of variables to use for the specific modeling purposes.
And my last question is more philosophical. Do you have more confidence in the AI process or in the physical processes? Or which way would you swing?
I don't think I'm exactly clear on what you mean by the physical processes. Could you expand on that?
Okay, so the atmosphere is defined by a number of physical processes.
Okay.
And what you're doing is just sampling data and trying to build relationships. Which one do you have more confidence in as a data scientist or as a scientist? Defining by the physical processes or defining by the relationships from the AI process?
Well, I can get my teammate's opinion on this if he wants to go ahead.
Oh,
That's fine.
I don't think we would necessarily swing to one side. I think that they both show value and promise, but if I were to pick a side, I would pick the AI side, given that it was trained with data received on the physical processes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. It wasn't a gotcha question. It was just that physical scientists tend to view the problem a bit differently, where AI is integrated in the analysis rather than AI becoming the analysis, the tool of preference for the analysis. So that's the reason I asked the question.
Good
Okay,
question.
thanks.
Thank you.
Hi.
Yes,
Yes.
there you are.
Would you like me to go ahead, Clarence?
Yes, they go ahead.
Okay. Well, congratulations to the team. I thought it was a very well organized and presented set of slides, as well as a very thorough analysis. So congratulations to the team on that. I have sort of two related questions. The first, if I understood correctly, sort of the methodology, a key factor in predicting the likelihood of a storm was rainfall. Could you explain to me how you, without knowing when future rainfall will occur, how do you establish the predictability aspect of your model to assess if it's based on just historical rainfall? So you're assuming that the rainfall based upon the 20 years that you were looking at or thereabouts is going to continue to be the same? Or is there something that is within the model that is adjusting for variations in rainfall over the recent period that then improves the predictability going forward? Just trying to get a sense of how adaptable is the model with recognizing that rainfall is likely, especially with climate change, to continue, the variations are continued to increase. And so how can the model adapt to those changes?
So that's a really good question. For now, the model that we've built just for this prototype, it does not include any adjustments for future rainfall, but that is something that we actually forgot to put in our recommendations. That is something that should be added, that functionality should be added moving forward if this project were to actually move forward. But as it stands, we have not accounted for that.
Okay, no, fair enough. And then related to that, because I think the points that you highlighted about the use cases for coming up with a model that would enable this predictability, because I'm looking at the waves behind Odessa and wishing that I were in the Caribbean. I'm based in Washington, DC. And so for For a tourist, we often think about, we wouldn't necessarily travel to the Caribbean, say from August, maybe through October, because it's hurricane season. But if you were able to improve the predictability of when these storms may occur, when significant storms could occur, then you would be able to not only maybe change that mindset for potential tourists, as well as address the issues that you were talking about, obviously for people living on the islands, for their safety, as well as for agriculture and other use cases. So the question is, do you foresee that if you were able to collect sort of real-time data and adjust the model, do you think you could get the model to be predictable as far as by a week or by a day? Because right now it seems that often it's based upon a month, and a month is obviously not sufficient typically for, say, a policymaker or a key stakeholder or a potential tourist to then make a decision one way or another whether to travel during that month. But do you see that there would be the potential to narrow the predictability to within a week or even a day approach?
Yes, I think a week is probably good, but that's definitely one of the things that we were interested in looking at in terms of moving this solution forward. We wanted to investigate what would be the best time frame, or how far in the future would be good enough to predict. And so I think a week would be something that seems easy to work with. Well, not necessarily easy to work with, but I think it's safer to at least go down to a week. Maybe in the future we might be able to do, you know, day over day, but for now I think a week would give us some time to work on it and be able to have that predictability.
And last question, to get to that level, what sorts of data do you think you would need? And how real time do you think the data would need to be as well? Thinking about what the government, you were mentioning about being able to have better access to data. So say there was like a data exchange platform with APIs and things like that. What extent, what kind of data would you need to be able to get to that level of predictability?
So I think for sure, and Kern, you can add anything if you would like to, but I think for sure we would want to get the rainfall data more frequently, and we would want to receive data on a day-to-day basis, to be honest. We actually had to roll up our data to the month level. We had to aggregate it because some countries provided data for every single day, but some countries only provided at the end of the month. And so if we can provide these things like rainfall, for example, every day, that might give us a better approach.
Just to follow up on that as well, I think not just the data, but we can include a lot more technology. Like, we can consider IoT devices, let's say a water buoy, like a couple miles out from islands, that would collect wind temperature, wind speed, how rough the sea is, and etc., just to add to the data that we have used in the model to get better predictive capabilities.
Okay, no, very good. And congratulations again to the team. Thank you. No further questions from my end.
Thank you.
Chair, is it possible for me
Dr.
to
Farrell, yes.
ask one question or make a statement, please?
Quickly.
The data does exist in terms of you can get 10-second data, you can get 1 minute data of a number of instruments across the Eastern Caribbean. You can get rainfall data, temperature data, precipitation data, water level data. You can even, depending on country, get tidal data at extremely high frequency. And so the data sets exist for doing what you're talking about. The other thing is that in terms of IoT, there are IoT devices deployed in the Eastern Caribbean that are accessible. And so if you wish, we can have an offline discussion about these platforms and where they feed into. But they do feed into early warning systems and so on. So thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Farrell. And thank you to all three of our judges. Thank you certainly to our first panelist, Ms. Odessa Eli, and of course, her team member, Mr. Kun Tuset. We will now take the opportunity to allow our judges to deliberate a few minutes as they put their scores together. But Ms. Eli, I don't want you to run away yet. You've been doing an excellent job along with your team member, Mr. Tusen. I've been seeing the chats coming out saying good job, excellent presentation, excellent work. In fact, like I have said, having some experience myself as a researcher back in the doctoral program, but also even currently as I seek to contribute to the field of academia. I know research itself is exciting. I can see the passion from your presentation and from Mr. Tusen's effort to take on a challenging question posed by Dr. Farrell, which I think he answered very, very well. Can you give us a sense of your experience during this research? Perhaps there's something that that researchers on the dialogue right now might even learn from your experience. So perhaps give us some of your experience. I suppose open to both of you.
So in my case, this was just an overall learning experience. I had limited knowledge on data science techniques and artificial intelligence methods. Those were mainly the Odessa strong point, but I did have a fair use of a bunch of technology that we could potentially use. The whole process of collecting data, analyzing, cleaning, and then producing results was a bit tedious, but very rewarding when you can see, let's say, the trend graphs or the kind of predictions you could potentially make with the data that you collected. So I would say overall, good experience, a bit tedious, but very rewarding. I really enjoyed it.
Yes, I would definitely have to agree with Kun on some of the things that he said. And for sure, the experience was a bit, it was a little tiring for us, seeing that we both work full time and up until 5 p.m. So we could only meet in the evenings to work on things. And so we had a lot of late nights. But I think the biggest difficulty for us was being able to acquire data. And I think if we just knew where to go, if we had a sense of direction, then we would be able to access a lot more data and we could do so much more. But it really made us excited just to see the potential and just to see, and being able to answer our question and come up with goals, come up with different ideas that we were able to implement. We had to do some research as well in terms of trying to improve our models, figuring out how to get them to perform better. We also tried different models. We didn't just go in with the mindset that we were going to do a decision tree. We actually considered doing other things. We considered doing a linear regression for different variables. We considered doing logistic regression as well. And we actually did do these things. We also tried to do some hypothesis testing to look at like the statistically significant differences between countries. So we tried to do a lot of different things to be able to come up with this solution. And I think in the end, it was definitely rewarding for us both to share this experience.
Oh, definitely. I'm hearing a lot of robust testing being done to make sure that, at the end of the day, the model could stand quite a bit in terms of its ability to give very accurate details. Of course, we know there are areas where it can be expanded, and we had that conversation. There is an interesting consideration here. One may want to know whether you're likely to consider GPS related tracking data from smart devices in this work.
Well, that's something we actually hadn't thought about before. We would have to see specifically what data would be available in those GPS tracking devices. But you know, we're open to going in different directions. We're definitely open to exploring, and I think that's the beauty of data science. You consistently and continuously get to explore and keep finding new things, and maybe it helps, maybe it doesn't help, but at least you know that you tried different things and you figured out what works best. So we're definitely open to different things.
Oh, certainly. You can't go wrong with the data, you know. Your data challenges certainly is not something new to our region, and maybe in other regions as well. Data seems to be a challenge where you have large data deficits, especially in non-economic areas. And I think as climate change becomes a significant issue in the research agenda, of course, it's already a significant issue in terms of our economic development trajectory, but as we move towards the research agenda so that we in our region can do our research and to come with solutions to enhance our ability to combat the impact of climate change and even to utilize you know, aspects of our environmental wealth to strengthen economic growth and social stability and so forth. So certainly that is excellent. So thank you very, very much. And good luck to you and Mr. Toussaint as we await the judges towards the end of day 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. So we've had a very first presentation from finalist 1. Excellent job. And we want to now take the opportunity to invite Mr. Hillox, Odian Hillox, who is our finalist 2. It is your turn, sir, to present your good work to the judges and to all who are logged onto the Growth and Resilience Dialogue.
All right, good morning, everyone. Just testing that you can hear me.
Excellent.
I would have to wait for the host, I believe, to allow me to start the video if that is necessary. If not, okay.
I believe you can start.
I can start now.
Excellent. There you are. So the floor is all yours whenever you're ready.
Good morning, all. As mentioned before, my name is Odian Hillox, and I'll be presenting on the topic, developing a model to predict monthly maximum temperature within an OECS territory. As we go through this presentation, we will discuss answers to the following questions in order to provide the greatest clarity of the topic at hand. Such questions as, what is climate change? What issues does it bring to our doorsteps? What is the proposed prototype? And what are recommendations? The United Nations defines climate change as long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns. This involves extreme weather events, rising sea levels, shifting wildlife populations and habitats. It is one of the more complex and pressing issues currently. Climate change has different effects in different areas of the world. Some places will warm more than others, some will receive more rainfall, and others will face more droughts. Its impact spans a multitude of sectors of society, which have serious implications on every country's economy, with much greater consequence to small island developing states such as our own. Changes in temperature have been linked to increased frequency and intensity of storms. This then causes flooding and landslides, which are known to cause great infrastructural damage, especially in countries in the Caribbean region. Such damages are often accompanied by high unexpected capital expenditure. Flooding can also lead to the spread of diseases and damages to the ecosystem. This, combined with health issues, can increase mortality, impact food availability, and limit worker productivity. Despite these daunting effects, all is not lost for our region. Dalai Lama asserts, whenever there is a challenge, there is also an opportunity to face it, to demonstrate and develop our will and determination. Hence, these challenges offer an opportunity to implement projects that improve our resilience as a region. We propose a prototype that aims to predict the monthly max temperatures for up to 3 years of a given territory. It will also utilize a number of interactive graphs to better visualize the data and allow for understanding by all stakeholders. In developing the prototype, we gathered and cleaned the data. We analyzed the data both visually and statistically. We developed a model for the prediction, and we compared the results from this model to traditional statistical models. The data for this project was sourced by the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology. It was labeled as Country F. The dataset featured data for the years 1992 to 2021, with a number of recorded variables such as maximum and minimum temperature, average wind direction, relative humidity, and so forth. The data was provided in a format where each year was recorded in a different sheet of the Excel document, as seen by the image above. We took this data and did a few transformations to have it in the format presented below, where all the data are collated into one table. Some of the missing data was excluded, while others were imputed. The dataset had missing values scattered throughout a few variables over the period. However, the beginning and ending years had missing values for all variables over a number of months. With this in mind, it was decided to exclude the first and the last year and take the data from 1993 to 2020 into consideration for further analysis. We start the analysis by taking a quick look at the clean data that has been imported into the notebook to familiarize ourselves with the variables provided and some quick statistics about the numerical variables. For example, above we can see that all variables have recorded the same number of values, 348, suggesting that any missing values have already been imputed during the data preparation phase. We can also readily assess the maximum and minimum values of each variable using the descriptive statistics shown here. As stated, our goal is to develop a model that predicts monthly maximum temperature. Firstly, we depict the data provided using a variety of graphs. We begin by visually depicting the descriptive statistics produced in the table shown before through the use of the box and whiskers plot. The box is constructed using the upper and lower quartiles, and the median is represented by the line drawn inside the box, and the whiskers indicate the upper and the lower extremes. Outliers are represented using individual data points that are in line with the whiskers. We produce this plot on a monthly and an annual basis. As we observe the monthly box plots, we notice the seasonality of the data throughout the year. On the other hand, the annual box plots attempt to indicate any trends in the data. From our box plots, we also note increasing variability in the maximum temperature values seen throughout the years, which, as highlighted before, can greatly impact our region. We go on to plot these values as a time series. Here we notice a slight downward trend that was not apparent in the previous box plots. This is interesting because it further highlights what was mentioned before. Although we are experiencing increasing temperatures globally, the temperature for this country seems to be on a gradual decline based on the data. We also see seasonal patterns replicated in the time series as expected. Based on the illustration of the complete time series of maximum temperature, we segment the data and attempt to analyze the behavior of max temp over the quarterly averages over the years. These plots further highlight this general declining trend of maximum temperature over the years, along with increasing variability in each quarter over the years. For example, the average quarterly temperature for Q2, which would be the months of April to June, has witnessed the greatest decline over the years. The increased variability is also depicted with greater drops and rises over the years. The line plots thus far have shown the data from one perspective. We now employ a heat map, which puts a different spin on the data by matching various colors and hues along the range of values given in the data. In this visual, we can immediately see somewhat of a band of orange occurring between April and November. This further confirms hunches asserted in previous plots regarding the period of months that are cooler and those which are hotter. We can also easily corroborate unusual temperatures that occurred within these times, such as October 2009, which was one of the coolest months in the data set, although other years promotes October to be a moderately warmer month. Next, we plot a stacked area chart to match rainfall events with the temperatures discussed before. In order to perform this comparison, we normalize the values on the y-axis since the temperature and rainfall values typically exist amongst different ranges. This graph is formed by taking the time series of both variables, plotting their lines, and then the area on the respective lines are filled with color. When we look at the rainfall area chart in isolation, the extreme events may seem quite random. However, when stacked with the maximum temperature variable, we see quite a few rainfall events coinciding with sharp increases in temperature. Now that we have a good idea of the data we are dealing with, we take a closer look to the statistical characteristics of the maximum temperature data through a few assessments, namely the autocorrelation function, partial autocorrelation function, augmented Dickey-Fuller test, and the Granger test for causality. The autocorrelation function is a measure of correlation between observations of a time series that are separated by some k time units known as the lags. For example, what is the correlation like between a value of a time series at time t and some k lags before it. This plot can be used to confirm our assumption of seasonality, because we notice here a major positive spike at lag 12, which would confirm the annual seasonality of the data, and subsequent multiples of 12 as well. The autocorrelation function, however, is a sum of both direct and indirect correlation across the lags. We can then take a look at the partial autocorrelation function to get an idea of any direct correlation between the value at yt and lags before. Most notably here, we see a peak at the lag at the 9th lag. On our right-hand side, we have a histogram representing the maximum temperature values spread over 10 x-axis values, otherwise known as bins, which shows the frequency of these values in the data set. The histogram seems to have somewhat of a normal distribution with an approximate mean of 31 degrees Celsius. Next, we conducted the augmented Dickey-Fuller test, otherwise known as ADF test, for stationarity. Stationarity means that the statistical properties of the time series do not change over time. We check for this property because it is easier to forecast a stationary time series and the forecasts are more reliable. When using the ADF test, the null hypothesis is that the time series possesses a unit root and it is not stationary. Since we can see here that the p-value of the ADF test is less than the significance level of 0.05, we reject the null hypothesis and conclude that this series is stationary. Next, we apply the Granger Causality test. This is used to determine if one time series will be useful in forecasting another. For example, can a time series of wind direction help me to predict max temperature? Hence, we can apply this to identify which of the other variables presented in the data set would be helpful in predicting max temperature going forward. After conducting the Granger test for causality, we highlight the following variables listed here, such as the month, minimum temperature, dew point, etc. We can now assemble our time series. We will have a univariate time series containing our variable of interest, which is the max temperature, and a multivariate time series based on the list of the explanatory variables mentioned above. We will discuss how these will be used later. So just to replicate the time series, this is univariate time series of maximum temperature. And before we can attempt to develop a forecasting model, we must split the data into a training set and a validation set. As the name suggests, we will attempt to develop our model on the training set and evaluate the model's performance on the validation set. Our aim is to produce a model that can predict 3 years worth of monthly maximum temperature values. As such, we will train it on all the data provided before January 2018 and use the data from January 2018 onwards to evaluate the model's performance. We have also scaled our data, which is a recommended pre-processing step for the machine learning models. When we scale it, it simply reduces the values of our original data to a value between 0 and 1. We will be applying the neural basis expansion analysis time series forecasting architecture, abbreviated as NBEATS, as we aim to develop a reliable model. NBEATS is a relatively modern, pure deep learning approach to time series forecasting developed by Element AI, a company co-founded by Joshua Bengio, and has been highlighted as a top performer in forecasting time series. The model has 2 variants, a generic and an interpretable version. For the purposes of this project, we will use the interpretable version. As demonstrated in the figure above, well, here presented on screen, the architecture of NBEATS consists of a sequence of stacks of which combine multiple blocks. The blocks connect feed for our networks via forecast and backcast links. A block removes a portion of the signal it can approximate well, and then the subsequent block sets its focus on residual error, which the preceding blocks could not disentangle. Each block generates a partial forecast with its focus set on the local characteristics of the time series. The stack aggregates the partial forecast across the blocks it comprises, and then hands the results over to the next stack. The stack's purpose is to identify non-local patterns along the complete time axis by looking back. In the interpretable version, there are only 2 stacks, and these stacks are aimed at recognizing the trend and the seasonality of the data, which are common components of any time series. Finally, the partial forecasts are pieced together to a global forecast at the model level. We apply the NBEATS architecture through the DARTS package. This is a Python library developed for easy manipulation and forecasting of time series and provides a wide array of models to work with. When designing our model, we will specify the architecture by inputting parameters such as number of layers, the layer width, and the number of blocks. Remember, we will not specify the number of stacks because it's already set to 2 since we chose the interpretable version. After we trained our model, our best parameters generated some 8.6 million weights and biases that were tuned in order to produce our model. With our Google Colab GPU, graphics processing unit enabled, we took just about 1 minute to train this model. And then we asked the model to predict the maximum temperature for the next 36 months. And we plot its results here against the actual values, which are shown. We observed that in the data that the model did pretty well in capturing the predicting the seasonality and the variability of the upcoming years. We will now try using a subset of relevant explanatory variables provided to see if we can improve on this result. For our second model, we use a number of subset combinations taken from the relevant explanatory variables suggested by the Granger test. The model refers to these as covariates and accepts this in the form of time series. This would be the need for the second time series that we generated earlier. With Google's Colab GPU enabled, the current model took approximately 10 minutes and 22 seconds to train. As expected, any attempt to increase parameters such as number of blocks, the number of layers, and the layer width resulted in some time for performance trade-off. Any increase in the parameters mentioned above resulted in exponentially increased running times, which may not be feasible if this model is to be implemented. Having trained the second model, we repeat the test of predicting maximum temperature for the next 36 months and plotting its results against the actual values shown. As we observe the plot here, we see that the model did moderately well in capturing and predicting the seasonality of the upcoming years. We would want to have some baseline to compare the performance of our model to. In order to do this, we identified 3 other well-known statistical models to compare it to. These are the autoregressive integrated moving average ARIMA model, the auto-ARIMA model, and the theta model. The metrics that we use to evaluate performance would be the mean absolute percentage error, and this is the average absolute percent difference between the values that are fitted by the model and the observed, the actual data values. The mean absolute scaled error, and this error measures, it is an error measure that is used for model accuracy. It is the mean absolute error divided by the mean absolute error for the naive forecasting model. The naive model is one that predicts the value at a point in time t as the previous historical value. Scaling by this error means that we can evaluate how good our model is compared to the naive model. If the MACE is greater than 1, it is worse than the naive model. If it is lower than 1, it is somewhat better than the naive model. And lastly, we use the root mean squared error, which is simply the square root of the mean squared error. The bar plot shown on screen here compares the performance of all models across the agreed metrics. In these plots, we note the outstanding performance of the NBEATS model without the use of the covariates, which ranked first in all comparative metrics. The first NBEATS model obtained a MACE score of 0.5, which suggests that it has double the accuracy of the naive forecasting model. This model also recorded a MAPE of 1.194% and an RSME score of 0.46. The success of this model and the monthly data provided suggests potential opportunities for a similar model to be developed and fine-tuned for daily data once available. Such an implementation can only provide further benefit to all stakeholders in need of more granular predictions. Based on the analysis of the data used for this project, we noticed there was a negative trend in monthly max temperature values over the time period. However, we also noticed greater variation in these values. This greater variation in temperature has been linked to increased variation in rainfall, more frequent heat waves, and disruption of ecosystems, amongst others. With this in mind, we put forward the following recommendations in hopes of increasing our resilience of country F to the impacts of climate change. In the agricultural sector, we should move towards more drought-resistant crops. Also, governments should develop schemes to help farmers invest in irrigation so that farmers are in a position to withstand and capitalize on increased rainfall whenever it occurs. Adopt renewable energy sources. Cooling systems will become a bigger part of our electricity and energy consumption to accommodate for the change that we expect. For example, in the heat map, we were able to have an idea of the hottest months and can therefore expect greater energy consumption during these months. Improve on data collection. In order to answer or to guide the previously proposed recommendations, we need proper data. Our governments need to invest in data collection and data management systems, primarily for policy making, but also for access to finance, because this data can be used to build up cases for access to external funding. Better data collection can also assist us in analyzing further effects of this increased variation of temperature on our ecosystems. We should encourage this data collection not only at a national level, but at a more granular level within all sectors, as we push towards making more data-driven decisions. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent, Mr. Hillock. Certainly very mathematical and statistical based, but I think, you know, it demonstrates the amount of effort that you put into the research, the focus that came in, the concentration in terms of determining the methodology to apply to derive the findings, the results that you've advanced. So we want to thank you very, very much for this. And we want to welcome the judges. And so we welcome Mr. Randall Badoy, Dr. David Farrell, as well as Dr. Louis McGibney, who will provide some questions to you. And, you know, we do expect, as you have demonstrated, you know, your expertise in that field, that you will certainly do excellent justice in your responses. So judges, without further ado, again, not in any specific order.
I would be happy to go first, Dr. Clarence.
Oh, excellent.
Thank you. Hello. Mr. Hillocks, I think it was a very good presentation. I agree with Dr. Clarence entirely. I think it's important for us to be able to understand when we do predictions for something that's realistic and actually usable. And I think up to 36 months of prediction is of high utility to, I would imagine, potential stakeholders. So I think that your entire project is very realistic, and I'll just state that up front. As I'd said in my previous review, your description and documentation covering data preparation should be commended. And I think that really does stand out in this presentation. I particularly feel it's very valuable. It highlights some of the barriers which featured in this challenge for all participants. And I think that you have adequately proven here that you're able to identify what some of those challenges and barriers were and quite clearly overcome them with what you've communicated here. Looks like some ease, although I'm sure it was not. It shows that your ability to understand data and structure it appropriately for analysis really contributes to, I think, the overall output, the impact of this work, potential impact of the work. So starting off with some of the data analysis, I just really enjoyed the box plot that you used to demonstrate seasonality. It's very easy to understand the trend, and I think it's just a really nice way to dive into some of the more, some of the material which maybe turns people off. But I think that you did very well at communicating, beginning with that box plot. I think that your findings on temperature decrease over time is of great interest, and I think that would be of surprise to a lot of folks that don't do the data analysis. I think it's a really interesting finding. So I'll also say thank you for accommodating previous feedback and for integrating this into your final presentation. And I think what I meant by that was actually describing in you know, layman's terms what the Granger technique was in particular, and how time series analysis from one study can be utilised on another one. I think just getting that up front, making it really clear is very important. Otherwise, it's very easy to lose your audience, and I didn't find I was lost. Overall, the presentation style and narration was very clear, and I want to commend you on that as well. I felt that the model architecture was very well explained. This is non-trivial in nature when we begin to stack, or when we begin to work with the complex architectures, non-trivial architectures. I feel that it was very well clearly explained. Clear explanation or clearer explanation, and this is minor, but it would have been nice for you to mention that some of the software packages you're using were open source, but that's just a totally minor thing. But I commend you for that as well. I want to ask a question though. So that's all of my kind of praise out the way. But I wanted to ask, am I correct here? And maybe I didn't interpret this correctly. And in observing that your model performance slide was indicating a trended average increase in temperature over the 36-month prediction.
Yes, in the last 3 months, it predicted an increase in trend.
Right. So that would then be in contradiction to your initial analysis of the data set generally.
In the general sense, yes, but why I say not necessarily, because in the same 3 months, when you look at the actual data has, if you just look at the 3 months only, and the actual data has an increase in trend in that 3 months as well.
Okay,
so
understood.
Would you like me to just pull it back up?
No, that's okay. That's fine. I want to give the other judges an opportunity here. And finally, I just wanted to say, I felt that the recommendations were very clearly communicated as well. I like that your recommendations balance both micro and macro considerations. And I think that that's also very important because potential stakeholders for this work will, and you understand this, will be at both levels. So yes, overall, honestly, I think that a one-person team, it's a remarkable product that you've been able to produce here. And I think, you know, as a data scientist, I really appreciated just your explanation and a lot of the work that you'd undertaken. So congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot for the feedback.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis. Certainly, I share some of the perspectives that you advanced. Open to other members of the judging panel, Dr. Farrell, Mr. Pandui.
Hi, David Farrell here. I'd like to start off by saying the presentation was an interesting presentation, certainly. And it was well laid out and well organized. I do have a couple of questions, though. One is, why focus on maximum temperature? I guess is the first question that I really had. The second question that I had relates to the question the previous judge raised about the increase in the temperature, in the predicted temperature, and whether that is a feature of the non-stationarity in the data. Certainly that is a concern for me. And it may be that this is a problem with going from subsampling the data and so on. Then you had the naive approach that you took, which is to take the data from the previous year to fill in for missing data, to take the data from the previous year and use it for the current year. Is that going to increase a significant bias, or is that not a significant problem? And the final question that I would have is, in these models, and I do appreciate that these are really short-term models, but in your opinion, where do we go with these models and their level of sophistication? Because what we're seeing is really the outcome of a process that is leading to increases in temperature, but the underlying cause of the increase in temperatures is not represented really in the models. So how do you look at this in the big picture of data science going forward? And if I may just say on the recommendations, I thought the recommendations were really, really general, and the recommendations you can find usually in most papers. And if you've got time, tell me more about October 2009. And you can probably start with October 2009 if you want. Thanks.
It was just a lot of questions to take in. I am actually lost for words in terms of what was your first question again? Okay, let's
take them one by one. Okay, October 2009. I'm curious.
In the in the data that was provided for country F, as would be 2009, as was given, that was not imputed, so that was taken directly from the data. I am not sure what country F or who country F is, but I would just be, I simply represented it as it was given, 27.2 degrees Celsius as the maximum temperature.
But would you, as part of your data science, would you be inquisitive about whether that
as the
was
outlier?
No, not as the outlier, because we get into this idea of outliers when it's not really, statistically it's an outlier, but there's a reason for it. And have you looked at what is the reason for things, whether it is just really bad data or whether there is really something significant that went on there?
I did not know. I looked at it and my first thought was maybe it was an incorrect figure, but then I didn't change the figure. So I just went on with that.
Okay. I asked that question because I recognize that just accepting the data for what it is without really looking deeper at why it is, maybe a missing part of the analysis. And so I think that really digging deeper into why the data, why an anomaly is an anomaly, maybe an interesting thing once you identify that there is an anomaly, because the anomaly may carry significant information with it, rather than just be treating it as an outlier. And that's really what I was getting at.
So if I may ask, when you say looking deeper as why it is an anomaly, would you mean like looking at the other explanatory variables as well?
Not necessarily. Well, yes, you can look at the explanatory variables, but you can look at what happened in that year.
Okay. I understand.
What really happened in that particular year to drive this particular thing? Because you've identified something, and that something may actually be quite interesting, not as an outlier, but simply because it contains a piece of information that I think is quite useful in 2009 as well.
Okay, so now I understand what you're saying. Okay, yeah, I agree. And that was definitely a slip on my hand.
Yeah, so that was, and then the other question I'll ask is, why maximum temperature? What's the significance of maximum temperature within the, and then, and related to that is, well, answer the question on why focus on maximum temperature?
Going through the data, I realized, and well, going through research as well, the maximum temperature has, well, temperature in general has links to other effects such as increase in rainfall as well. And I said, well, it also has a lot of implications, for example, working for the agricultural workers or even persons who are exposed to the elements. So for example, with heat waves, and persons like construction workers may suffer productivity simply because it's too hot to work, they get sick and those kind of things. So when I thought about that, I said, well, most of the data sets give average temperature as a combination of max temperature and min temperature. So I said, okay, cool. Maybe it'll have some value in predicting then the max temperature, because obviously, again, your average temperature is simply an average of the max and min. So from that side, I took it to say, okay, our max temperature would be something good to look into.
Oh, cool. Okay, thanks. And the final question, again, is kind of philosophical. In terms of the models that you are applying, you are looking at observations without looking at the drivers of climate change, for example. How do you reconcile that, you think, in the future with the data science models that you're building?
I would say that would have to be in an ideal project. I would be able to get data on those drivers and take that into the analysis. I do think, had I been provided, well, let me not say provided, because we were also allowed to search for additional data sets. But had I been able to get the additional data sets on the drivers, I do think that would make for some interesting analysis and provide, some greater guidance towards the future. But then I would say for us in the region, it should be something that is out there that the governments publicly announce that they collect, governments and other organizations in the region. And we have open access to such data. So we know it's what's out there and we have easy access to it. And then we could have better analyses going forward.
Okay. I was kind of more getting to, so we know that increases in carbon dioxide and so on are driving this process. Yes. And that's global. So how would you use that? Because unless you're just doing seasonal predictions where you're operating close more towards the stationarity scale when you're doing a short-term seasonal prediction, because the parameters don't vary much over the very short term. But in the long term, if you're looking at 50 years, 100 years, and so on in a prediction, you have to look at the drivers as well. And so a lot of the work that you guys are doing is really shedding light on very, very, very near future conditions, but not necessarily on long term. And what I wanted to force you to think about is think long term, because the uncertainty is significant uncertainty as well when you think long term. And long term is really when you do a lot of investment planning. Okay. You don't need to respond if you don't want to.
No, I was just going to say, I agree with you. But then again, like so we have these data sets being spit out by international organizations saying this is these are the drivers, yes, and you have recorded figures. But then I'm not sure how accurate these figures are, because we in the region don't, and as far as I know, we don't publicly collect such information. So more of it is not just an estimate. So as I said, if we are in the region, we collect these things and we make it public in terms of having other persons know that these things are collected, then we could have a more in-depth research done regionally. Because if we don't have the data for our region, how are we providing it to the international organizations who publish these data sets? So again, my thing is just, if we have better data collection and gathering in our region, then we could do more in-depth analysis for our region.
Okay, thanks a lot. And good presentation. And thanks for the answers.
Thank you. No problem.
Thank you, Dr. Farrell. Certainly, data deficit is a continuous challenge for us, especially if you have to do long-run predictions. You would need longer series of data, and that's something to consider. Thank you very, very much. Certainly, we invite Mr. Panduri to provide his take.
Awesome. So excellent job, sir. In terms of your presentation, I did go through your Jupyter notebook. So thank you for actually submitting that in the first round of the competition. I must say, I must commend you for firstly scaling your data, doing a lot of the, I guess I could say, data cleaning and preparatory information that is needed. I was very impressed with some of that work. So in terms of your model, I have a couple questions in terms of the neural network that you utilized. So why did you choose that model to actually do your predictions? Firstly,
so I actually settled on this problem about halfway through the competition. So at that point, I was working on real limited time. I decided to look for some of the better models having in time series forecasting, and I may be pronouncing the name wrong, but there is a forecasting competition called, it's the M-test. So you have the M3, the M4. It was Macridis, I think. I may be pronouncing it wrong. And in the fourth competition, which was around 2019, this model was highlighted as one of the top performers. So the competition already passed, but when this model was developed, they tested it on the same competition and found out that it would have beaten, had it entered and had it been developed at the time and entered, it would have beaten the top performer by some 3 percentage points. So at that point, I said, okay, let me work with this model and see how it will do on the temperature data.
Oh, awesome, very good. And in terms of the model, so categorical variable is an open research issue overall. So I saw you use month as one of the variables in your neural network and stuff like that. Did you have to do anything in terms of the neural network to train or utilize that categorical variable? Or did you just use that numeric?
I just translated it to numeric from 1 to 12.
Okay, well that will cause some issues in terms of your data, because remember a higher month will basically
data.
Yeah. So
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so that, but that's fair enough. That is expected. In terms of your recommendations and your predictions and stuff like that. So let's start with the predictions. So with respect to the prediction, did you go past like 2022 to some of the later years, let's say 2030 and stuff like that, in terms of your predictions? Or did you just leave your predictions to
I did not, because I wasn't able to validate the performance at that point. So okay. I didn't go forward, no.
Okay, all right. And one of the, I guess you could say interesting things in terms of your, so basically any sort of model that you create can do two things, or should do two things, right? One, interpret historical information, and two, look at predictions. So what you could take a look at is looking at predictions in the future and seeing what, if that maximum temperature will go up or decrease in the future, and see what your model says. And then basically we can do some level of comparisons. In terms of your recommendations, very good recommendations. I like the way that you sort of tied in the recommendations to some of your findings. So pretty good. The only thing is maybe if you had probably quantified some of those changes or some of those recommendations, as if, for example, you do one of your recommendations, what sort of decrease or increase in terms of temperature you would have expected. And that could be some level of future work that you could consider in terms of quantifying what your recommendation or what the change would be, or the effect would be of some of those recommendations. So, yeah, awesome job. But in a nutshell, awesome job. And we look forward in the future to seeing you in some of these competitions. Thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Randoni. Certainly, just listening to the questions coming to you, Mr. Hillox, and I must commend you. You held your own and certainly provided very good responses to the judges. One thought I had was that Mr. Hillox is ready for his doctoral defense when he decides to move in the direction of doing a PhD program. But certainly well done, excellent job, and we are certainly looking forward to hearing back from the judges. So at this point, we will give the judges some leave to do some deliberation, but don't leave yet. We would certainly want to hear a little bit about your own experience, having done this very good work. Particularly as you have been this sole researcher in this work. So if you can get a little bit of your experience, and then thereafter we will take a 5-minute break.
So the experience was a good one. I actually didn't, after looking at my after I look at the work I did, I thought to myself, maybe I won't get into the finals, maybe I would. But at the end of it, at the end of the 5 weeks, I really looked at myself and I say, well, it was really a good job done. Especially because just about halfway through the competition, I changed my topic to do this. because I started looking at the change of coastal erosion in an OECS country, but the satellite data I was getting was not granular enough. So you weren't really seeing the changes of the coastline over time. So at that point, I was already invested in that, but I decided, okay, I entered the competition, so I would still want to submit an entry. So I switched over to the data I was provided and saw what could be done and produced the following notebook, and here I am in the final. So I'm happy that I'm here and just getting this opportunity, because I've never done really anything in data. I am a teacher with a secondary school teaching physical education and accounts, so it's very far from data science. But I started my master's in data science, and I've just been looking for opportunities to get involved in the data side of things. So yeah,
no, this is an excellent journey actually, and I'm very happy to learn of your journey, and I'm sure those of us who are logged in the dialogue would certainly also appreciate that journey. We can see the teacher in you, obviously, and that's coming also from me as a former teacher myself. The detail in explaining the methodology and so forth, it's often a characteristic of a teacher, indeed. So thank you very, very much. We look forward to hearing back from the judges. At this point in time, we want to take a 5 minutes break. I know that it has been a very excellent morning so far, and we have been at it from 8:30. So do enjoy it, break, stretch the legs, have some coffee or tea, or just simply catch up with other things, and please ensure that you rejoin us within the next 5 minutes.
ECCB, OECS Commission, the World Bank, and the UE present the 6th Growth and Resilience Dialogue, a free 2-day virtual event. More solutions, more innovation. Join as subject matter experts, business professionals, and thought leaders share perspectives and solutions addressing climate change challenges for Caribbean energy, tourism, and health sectors. Solution-oriented, insightful, and engaging 2-day virtual event. See the AI Climate Resilience Data Challenge finalists compete for $10,000, inviting CEOs, entrepreneurs, farmers, builders, students, financial service providers, and health service providers. Join the dialogue when you attend the ECCB 6th Growth and Resilience Dialogue, Climate Resilience, Securing the Future of Small Island Developing States, and register to attend.
Rise to the challenge.
Yes, rise to the challenge.
Calling students and practitioners worldwide to design AI applications that can solve real-world climate data problems.
1. The Caribbean is among the lowest emitters of carbon, but among the hardest hit. 2. The Caribbean is the most tourist-dependent region in the world. And as most of you appreciate, most of our assets or tourism assets are along our coast. So you could understand the vulnerability of that sector to climate risk. And 3, the frequency and ferocity of storms have increased. Evidence has indicated that there's not just increased frequency of hurricanes, but that since 2001, we've had 17 of the warmest years on record since 2001.
Students and experts are challenged to apply their expertise in data science and artificial intelligence to assess the changes and correlations between specific climate data and predict future events and trends. The data provided by challenge organizers will cover 3 or more data sets from countries in the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union related to the rise in heat temperatures, intensity and frequency of hurricanes and floods, reduced precipitation or low rainfall, coastal degradation, coastal flooding and sea level rise, deforestation, and soil erosions.
Visitors come from all over the world to enjoy the beautiful beaches and ocean of our small island development states. For many of these islands, tourism is the backbone of their economy. Without tourism, the economy is going to die. But for all of us, this ocean is a lifeline that protects us. This ocean captures 90% of greenhouse gases. With all the advances in artificial intelligence and breakthrough in machine learning, we now have the opportunity to solve our own problem. What COP26 has taught us is that the cavalry is not coming. So we need to take it in our own hands, use the data, use all that data that we have collected, run algorithms, use AI, understand the patterns and the trends that the data is telling us so that we could make predictions about our lives and our future.
This fully virtual event will culminate with finalists selected from the pool of candidates who would have submitted their entries, pitching their prototypes on April 7, 2022, Day 2 of the Growth and Resilience Dialogue, for the opportunity to win the grand prize of $10,000. University students and private sector practitioners working in the fields of data science and artificial intelligence are invited to participate in the Climate Resilience Data Challenge 2022, organized by the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, ECCB, in collaboration with the OECS Commission, the World Bank, and the University of the West Indies.
Get ready, we challenge you.
Welcome back indeed. I hope the brief break was useful for all of you. We are halfway there in terms of the presentation of our finalists, and we are about to move forward to the third finalist in this competition, Climate Resilience Data Challenge. And so we want to welcome at this stage Mr. Adelphos and his team to present the good work that they've done in this competition. Do we have our third finalist?
Yes, we are here. One moment, please.
Take your time, take your time.
Where is she, Dr. Chen? I don't know if she's here. Dr. Chen? One moment, we are trying to reach out to one of our participants to join.
Take your time, no worries. Dr. Chang is here, I believe. Karen Chang?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent.
Is our slot already? It's a bit earlier than we thought.
Yes, it's your turn to provide us a synopsis of your good work. And whatever time that you're ready, you're free to take the floor.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, shall we start it? Shall we get it started?
Good morning, everyone.
Yes, you can proceed.
Through a joint effort between faculty and students of both the University of the West Indies Five Islands campus and the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, we are here to present our team's findings titled Towards Usable Science for Assessing Tourism Sustainability in the Eastern Caribbean, from polar region ice melting to sea level change to rainfall. Our presenting team members are Elenius Ildefonse, an assistant lecturer at the University of the West Indies, Dr. Karen Chen, assistant professor at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, and lead education and outreach leader of the National Science Foundation funded institute, IHAR. David Wang, an undergraduate student of the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, and Fabian Bertrand, an undergraduate student at the University of the West Indies, Five Islands. As we all know, tourism is the main driver of GDP in many Eastern Caribbean countries, accounting for about 40% of the GDP. Sunshine and beaches are the currency of the blue economy. However, it is becoming increasingly obvious that climate change will have a profound impact on the thriving of the blue economy. For example, sea level changes will cause coastal erosion and loss of beach area, while increased heavy rainfall will pose flooding risks.
This slide gives a high-level overview of how global warming might impact tourism activity at different timescales. Specifically, global warming will cause ice melting in polar regions and increase ocean temperatures, both of which may lead to regional sea level rise in the medium and long term. Meanwhile, the local climate system will impact the rainfall, which in turn has an effect on tourism activity. This effect is at near term. For planning purposes, a holistic picture of the interconnected component is crucial to assess the effect of climate change on tourism activity and sustainability. The proposed solution is an integrated system of usable science that combines data-driven models to support prediction and planning for the regional tourism industry at various timescales. Science is advancing our understanding of the impact of melting ice in polar regions on regional sea level changes. At both NASA and the JPL lab, scientists have developed the gradient fingerprint simulation tool, helping us to understand the regional impact from the ice melting in both the Greenland and the Antarctic, which are two major contributors to sea level change at coastal cities. The simulation tool shows the regional impact on Miami, which is the closest observed city to the Caribbean regions. In the future, with access to relevant data, we hope to get more precise estimates of the sea level changes in the Eastern Caribbean regions and the specific impacts those may have. The newly established IHARP Institute, led by UMBC, will help us to gain more robust understanding of the ice dynamics in polar regions and melting processes. With these new tools, we will be able to more accurately forecast the ice melting dynamics and assess its future impact on sea level rise at global and regional levels.
Another cause of sea level rise is the expansion of the oceans due to the rising ocean temperatures. This plot shows the increasing trend of ocean temperatures at different depths in the last 30 years. This one on the right-hand side, we demonstrated the increasing sea level rise changes during the last 30 years around the Eastern Caribbean region. This close-up view of the sea level change around the Eastern Caribbean region has accompanied to the 1992 baseline, that is the sea level anomaly. On the left-hand side animation of you can see the sea level anomaly for the daily pattern in 1993. The red color indicates the higher sea level. You can see the seasonal pattern of up and down. But in general, we observe the usual sea level throughout the year. Fast forward, the current time, the animation on the right-hand side is the daily sea level anomaly during the 3-year period of 2018 to 2020. Compared to observe the increasing frequency and intensity of the sea level anomaly compared to the 30 years ago. It is also interesting to observe that the hotspots, that is the extreme sea level moves following a certain spatial or temporal pattern. This might open up for new avenue of region-specific modeling that help us to gain a deeper understanding of the regional impact from the sea level change. In a recent paper in Science, researchers have explored machine learning to predict medium-term sea level changes with ocean temperature data. As part of the solution, we plan to adopt the model to predict regional sea level change in the Eastern Caribbean region, 1 to 3 years into the future using the ocean temperature data. This estimate will be combined with the effect of ice melting, ultimately to reach the overall long-term or medium-term impact to regional sea level changes. Those estimates can be used to support the strategic planning for the Eastern Caribbean states.
Now let's move on to the assessment of short-term impact to tourism from climate data. We explored 2 research questions in our analysis. First is the Grandeur Causal discovery model with climate variables and tourism activity among Eastern Caribbean regions. And secondly, we use predictive model for rainfall and tourism activity. We use 2 primary data sources in our model. That is the 30-year monthly climate variable from 6 countries and monthly tourism activity from 8 member states in the last 20 years. So for those not familiar with Grandeur Causality, it is a method to understand the temporal relationship between 2 time series. For example, in this case, we have climate data time series and tourism activity time series. It was introduced by Nobel Prize winner econometrician Clive Granger. That's why they call it Grandeur Causality about 50 years ago. So what do I mean by Grandeur cause? So if X time series Grandeur cause Y, if I can use X to predict Y better than predict Y just using its own lagged value or the values in the past. So this is the exploration of a necessary condition of X equals Y, which means that X needs to occur before Y and associated with Y. So we carry out the Granger causality test to understand the causal relationship among the climate variables among the 6 countries. As highlighted here, we noted that the climate systems are very interconnected, which shouldn't be a surprising fact. For example, rainfall of country B is not only influenced by its own climate variable, but also influenced by those from other countries such as H, A1, F, and A2. This indeed suggests that the integrated data from multiple countries is justifiable and beneficial. Additional Grandeur causal analysis shows that number 1, on the left-hand side, the tourism activity are actually influenced by climate variables. Number two, the tourism activity on the right-hand side, tourism activity among countries are interconnected. So it has implication that number one, it justifies us to use the climate data to predict tourism. And we think it would be useful to integrate tourism data from multiple countries to improve the model prediction. We now move on to talk about the specific modeling procedures for predict monthly rainfall. We formulate it as a machine learning problem where we predict monthly rainfall 1 month, 2 months, and up to 24 months ahead. And we extract multi-resolution features from all countries' climate data from the last 1 year, 2 years, and up to 5 years of data. And we use random forest to fit the model. And in terms of the experiment setup, we use 80% of the data in the past as a training and the rest of the data as a test. So on the right-hand side is a list of features we use in our model. So this picture shows the overall rainfall prediction model performance, which it shows that all countries other than country F and G, all other countries are showing consistent improvement over the default model. The default model predict the mean rainfall at various forecast horizon from 1 month up to 24 months. And here we compare, it's a case study for country H. We compare the prediction and the true value of monthly rainfall for country H. The red is the true value and the green is the predicted value. The result shows that number one, the model predicted general well in a normal year. Number two, however, when the model fails to predict these abnormal events or extreme events during this month, more than when the months have more than usual rainfall. This motivates for future research to predict extreme events with more relevant data and a more powerful model. Now, with a very similar setup, we now try to predict the monthly tourism activity using the climate data from all countries. And this slide summarizes the overall tourism activity prediction model by countries and by forecast horizon. We noticed that all countries consistently show improvement over the default model of mean at various forecast horizon from 1 month up to 24 months. Antigua, Barbuda, and St. Lucia are two countries with the largest number of visits. They happen to be among the countries with a relatively good performance, as I highlight here. And this slides compare the predicted and true value of monthly visit to two of the countries, Antigua, Barbuda, and St. Lucia, 12 months ahead. The result shows that the model is able to capture the seasonal pattern and predict well at non-peak months. However, it seems to be underestimated during peak months. So definitely show that there is a room for improvement in our model.
Right, so in the next few slides, our team would like to share some of our thoughts on how we would take this research further towards a data-driven risk-based resilience blueprint as outlined in this report shared by one of the judges during the Monday meeting. We will talk about two specific recommendations found in this report that resonates with our research findings, and it will share how our work may support the operationalization of those recommendations. The first recommendation is the increased government efficiency, specifically through digital development. And the second recommendation is to empower households and the private sector. So the first recommendation, which is on the increasing government efficiency, this involves investing in the digitization for key government services through digital development. And this involves publicly This will facilitate publicly sharing risk information. It will also allow building interoperable and interagency information systems, establishing the protocol for sharing and protecting data. And this in turn will support the alignment of regional efforts and increase cooperation and data sharing. Also support the use of data in decision making, and it will improve risk, or it will result in improved risk-informed planning. It will also allow building robust analytics and prioritization processes. Now we move on to the recommendation number 2, which is empower household and private sectors. This is through making good quality risk data public available in a format that can be used and analyzed and reflect the uncertain future impact of the climate change. It also involves providing up-to-date risk information in geospatial format at the right scale that consider the future impact of the climate change. It also involves timely analytics and information for specific project plans. In summary, the public sharing portal information proposed, we propose this, the building of this public portal to share up-to-date science information in a storytelling format that is appealing to wide audiences, including both the community stakeholders and the private sector as well. In addition, this portal also includes relevant information for the private sector and business owners to support near-term or long-term planning. This is an example application that provides a forward simulation of what specific hotel would look like in years into the future according to the different scenario. Another application could give detailed information of how extreme weather might impact the local businesses, give them data from the economical impact from previous extreme weather events. This application could encourage tourism business owners to use data to improve the precision of their business planning and to inform the risk management strategy, such as insurance. Therefore, in summary, overall, we will propose an integrated system that combines the data or model insights from multiple sources will help the decision makers in the Eastern Caribbean region to predict the future sea level change and rainfall patterns and quantify its impact on tourism activity at different spatial temporal scales. This system will in turn turn cutting-edge research into usable science and exploit the various data sources from region to build robust predictive models in the sea level change and the climate change pattern, and ultimately inform the strategic and operational level planning for the tourism and beyond. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our presentation. We thank you all for listening to us. And we will conclude our presentation at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elfas and Tim, for, again, excellent presentation, excellent graphics. You can, oh, you stop sharing. Excellent. Certainly, I would reserve the comments to the judges. We would want to, this stage, invite Mr. Panduri, Dr. McGibney, as well as Mr. Chef Eres, who would provide some questions to you. And of course, I'm pretty sure you're very much able in responding effectively.
Does somebody else want to go first, or should I go first again?
Dr. Lewis, I think it's a negotiation. If you wish to go first, you
Okay. Okay. I'll break the ice, no problem. Well, thank you for the presentation. Thank you very much. I feel with this one, of course, the problem space is well recognised, and I think it's certainly a suitable area to focus on. I think that one of the things which I think may separate this piece of work in particular from some of the others, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I noticed that you have explicitly cited the data sets that you have utilised over and above maybe the ones that you were given initially. And I think that's very important. I think the chat reflects that the availability and access to appropriate data sets is of extreme importance. So I think it's worthwhile calling that out and commending that. Thank you for explaining, I think, the clear analysis technique. Although I suspect that variables and conditions between countries may be or are linked, I feel that the slides or the package here could benefit from explaining how or why they are linked. What I'm getting from this is we introduce the Granger causal analysis, and then we just get to the fact that the variables or the countries are somehow linked. It's not entirely sure. It's not entirely obvious to me exactly how and why they're linked, and I think that's just something that maybe I missed, or that maybe could be further explained. I do have a question. Did you at any point suspect that the model may not perform well for what I think was referred to in the presentation as extreme events? Was that something that was anticipated during the model development, or was that something that just came out at the end? And if you did or maybe did not, when you found out those findings, do you have any idea what these events were? I think this actually goes to one of the questions that an earlier judge had on, I think it was an October high rainfall period. And I wonder if it's kind of the same question here. Do you have any indication what the extreme trends were, I suppose?
Okay, shall we? There's a lot of good question, and Dr. Lewis. And so for your first question about whether we know why the climate variables among the countries are connected and causal linked, actually we don't know, but the hypothesis could be that it's really a climate system. They are so close by. The countries in islands, these are the countries in the island regions are really interconnected, and it could be driven by I'm not a climate science. The climate scientists probably have a better view of that regarding the connection between tourism and weather. It's probably not surprising, and also the connection of tourism activity, because possibly that the tourism flow, they go to one island, probably want to go to another. That could explain the connection among the tourism activities. That's how I got this. Yeah. And for your question about the extreme events, our model does not explicitly model these extreme events because they are so rare. It could be outlier, and usually the model we use, we only take the mean level into account. So that's definitely another venue that we can explore. And to be honest, we can see that the model performance as a case study, and model definitely underestimate when they have a peak unusual rainfall in some of the months.
Right.
So,
I think that's absolutely fair, and I think one of the things is it's important for us to identify the limitations of work as much as some of the benefits. So I think that's to be commended as well. I did find with the data set here, it is a bit of a shame that, and this isn't a criticism of the proposal per se, I just feel that it's a bit of a shame when the countries, I think, have been anonymised in the data set. It would have been nice to have, rather than, you know, country A, country B, country C, country F, it would have been nice to actually have the country names, because I find what you'd have maybe been able to do there is plot the countries, and then you could determine or you would maybe have a better indication of the geo proximity between, and then get a better indication of some of these connections. So the recommendations, I feel, are reasonably well organised. I do have a point for consideration here. I have been aware that the storytelling format, I noticed that the ArcGIS dashboard that you'd hyperlinked there, that storytelling format has become much more it's become very popular more recently as almost an education mechanism. So to try and tell a complex story in a very recognizable format, I think it is a very effective way to do that. But the follow-on question I had was, is that the primary or the proposed primary means for users seeing this work, rather than getting them to go and look at code and graphs? Would it be all of this, would it be embedded into that as the primary user interface? Or is there another user interface? I'm just kind of thinking this from a usability experience perspective. Thank you, by the way, for the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So for the portal that we are proposing, we understand that the different stakeholders find that or they interpret usable information differently. So in developing the portal, we take into consideration the fact that there is information that should be presented to the policymakers, for example, and there is information that is need to be presented to like small businesses and the general public. So in developing the portal, it's not, it's supported to allow all those things to happen. So there's an interface for this information displayed, storytelling displayed for the small businesses like a hotel or a restaurant that is trying to integrate this the data-driven, some sort of prediction or in their operations. In the operational planning, and then there is decision making that decision makers and the information that should inform them as they try to develop policies, and those two would be separate.
That makes perfect sense. Okay, thanks for clarifying that, and congratulations to the team. Thanks for the presentation.
Yeah, and I also want to add to this point that the connection between science community and the general audience is not always there. And this is the place that we want to push and try contribute our part. So the prevalent view of the connection is the prediction first. So we take whatever the results from the scientific community and then see how it can impact the regional planning. But recently, researchers started looking into another alternative model that is decision first, which will involve scientific community and the regional community more closely. So I imagine this kind of public forum, and you present maybe connect this presentation, the story, to directly with the NASA JPL model and other research. The most almost like a bake out of the oven kind of science, and the public can also ask a question that directly to the scientists. What really matter to our local community, because local sea level change, it could be very different from the global mean sea level, and also highly dependent on the local geographic local patterns that haven't been taken into account in the model. So these kind of information can also fed into the scientific process.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. So further questions from our judges? Mr. Pandui,
sure.
as well as, Seth, you are here.
Sure. Yes, I'm happy to jump in. And congratulations to the team. Thank you very much for the presentation. I was interested if the team could elaborate a bit on, you started the presentation focusing on variations in sea level, and then pivoted to looking at issues related to rainfall. Could you say whether was there a reason that you chose those two sort of indicators in particular? And if so, what was the rationale for examining those two issues in particular? Did you see some linkages and some connections to tourism or the other things that you were trying to look at for decision-making purposes?
So we look at the literature of the impact of climate change to tourism. And as those living in the beach community, we know that the sea level has a profound impact, especially related to the coastal erosion and also the ecological environment to this. There's a very close related to the tourism activity. So we look at these sea level change, in particular regional sea level change, as a medium or long-term impact that will should be taken into account in the regional planning, especially in the time scale of 10, 20, or 50 years along the kind of time scale. But rainfall and extreme weather events are likely to impact tourism on a very short-term time scale. And historical data show that different kind of hurricane events, ranging from the mild or extreme, have a different impact to tourism activity. It's actually not just on the time that they hit, but also have a profound impact even 12 months ahead into the future. So we think put these things all into perspective, allow us to think about the tourism activity from multiple time scale point of view, so that it can assist the planning by different stakeholders, from government planner who's care about the regional overall economic development, and for private sectors, business owner, they just want to plan for the next year to buy sufficient insurance for the risk management.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. And then just a second question in regards to the model that you developed. It seemed to be very much aligned with existing sort of tourism levels, that the weather was associated with predictability, with flows of tourism and high and low season. So my question is, what do you think additional pieces of information would be required to have that model differ from how, say, the tourism sector is already differentiating between high and low seasons by incentivizing potentially tourists to visit the region during seasons where the weather may not be as nice? Or what could be incorporated into your model that would be something that would enable the tourist sector to make other decisions than how they're already behaving? Because it seems as though it is very much aligned with the current behavior patterns. And so is there additional data or other aspects that you think, if the model could incorporate, would provide something new and may alter the behavior of the tourism sector if further information was to be revealed?
So the data we have is the 20 years monthly visitor data. It is relatively, always like a simplistic representation of the tourism activity. And we are probably have a lot of experts in audience about the tourism activity in local, and Eleanor probably can provide more insights about the local patterns that could impact tourism. So there's a factors, for example, the economic, the global economic indicators, even inflation, about the global economic and tourism patterns could definitely take into account as a background indicator. And of course, the local specific region-specific factors. So far with our model, only take the historical temporal data, nothing else. The local, actually, if we explore the data, we notice that there is a large regional heterogeneity among the country and the regional modeling. So these factors, we have a regional specific data, more rich data from each region, and we can possibly borrow some information from the other region too, and as an indicator from the causality model that could help to improve the prediction model that we're building. And unless do you have any other thoughts?
Not really. Just to add on the fact that we use the data that was available to us, and in fact the data on tourism, we got it from the Eastern Caribbean Bank, and we use that as part of our prediction. But the socio-economic aspect could benefit in terms of improving the predictability. Yes.
Okay, no, thank you very much. I was just curious about what you felt could, how your model could then be used for decision-making, because you had the summary at the end indicating many ways in which better predictability of climate variations could improve decision-making for a variety of use cases. And so just trying to understand what it would take for your model to be able to share sort of new light on some of these issues so that it could be then applied in decision-making for the range of use cases that you had summarized. So thank you very much to the team.
I can add something. So there is currently some new ways to analyze and predict weather events. So typically extreme weather events have been like always in research, and like they still are, but there is some research from the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact, and like that's like public, it's open source. And what we can do with that is that if we have more climate data, like if it's like open source as like we have proposed and shared by all these country regions, it is actually, we can combine that information with the network-based framework. So basically what that means is that instead of just looking at local data, you combine it with like global data all over the world to predict extreme weather events. And what they have seen is that there is for example, they've been able to predict, I think, an extreme flooding event. I have to like check back because I was reading a paper about this 2 days in advance. Whereas like usually like this would just happen and like there might be flooding, and like if tourists are there, like that would obviously have a huge impact on and like a cost on like what's happening. So like these are, so if we can like have a open source like data, like we can also between like if we share the data between the Eastern Caribbean countries, like this can be combined with this new type of network-based machine learning.
Very good. Thank you very much to the team, and no further questions from my end.
Thank you, Seth. So perhaps we can turn to Mr. Hadoui.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So in terms of the model, the augmenting of data, excellent job, splitting of training, etc. Very, very sound. I really like the use of the random forest. In terms of the random forest model, what sort of variables did you actually utilize, and what did you find as the most important variable in the analysis?
So the random forest is a method that allows us to do both prediction and feature selection at the same time. Unfortunately, we didn't actually look at what is being used most useful for the random forest. That's definitely something that we will want to look at it. Yeah, so the features will feed into the random forest are those statistical features from multiple window from the last 1 year, 2 years, up to 5 years. Those usual statistical features from the package. So yeah.
Okay, all right, gotcha. And this is more. I really also enjoyed the fact that you guys had a very nice mix in terms of having students. So this is more directed to the students who participated. So what was the experience in terms of the basically the entire data analysis and collection and those kinds of things? So the students in your team.
I can answer first. So I actually had, so initially when I was looking over the data, like I was like a little bit confused because it didn't have like the specific countries and there were just letters. And like I was trying to map some of the sea level change data. So like it was a little bit confusing to do that. So then I had to like use some other sources. But like in terms of like just working on this project, like with the professors, like it was like really nice to like see them like do the work and like do like a lot more advanced modeling than I had done in my previous class, because I've taken one class on data science, so it was a really good experience to learn about like how like actual research is being done.
All right. So this is my first foray into like data science, and it was actually quite interesting for me because, again, I'm just a beginner student in the field of computer science, and it was eye-opening, like what we can achieve with building AI systems and stuff like that. So I appreciate everything I learned through this experience.
Yeah, awesome job. Thank you so much. That's all the questions for me.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Pandori. Certainly, it is always good to see established academics working with students, because I think this is how we continue to grow the research agenda and the and persons actively and engaged in research. You often hear that you're really an expert not having completed the course of training from a university, but rather beyond that, what you do with it in terms of doing additional research, collaborating with others, with other areas of specialization, and really growing and beginning to build knowledge that are of significance. And for us, knowledge in the area of climate resilience is critical, because as we appreciate, climate change is a real challenge, and it has significant potential impact on our economies, as we have seen over the years. So we want to allow the judges some time to deliberate and to review presentation, and certainly your feedback from responses from the questions received. But I suppose at this point in time as well, we hear the experiences of the students in terms of how this project was meaningful and useful for them. We would also want to hear the experiences of the more established academics in appreciating this research, and especially the value of working with students in advancing research of that nature. So that would be useful if we can hear from Dr. Chin. Perhaps you can lead the way in that regard.
Oh, thank you for the question. actually teaching a data science course, and David is one of the data scholar in our program, and because he did well last session, and he's actually helping our students. And actually very interesting related to this project is that we have a group of students in my class. They're actually working on climate science project. And I'd like to take the experience I learned from here and turn it into a course material maybe in the future. And we are not talk about the climate science in US that close to our community, but also open that eye to a wild world in a little bit far away from where we live, and this beautiful island, how this climate change can have impact. And so that students can have a broader view of the climate change impact, and hopefully they can take away from the course not just the data science skill, but also how can they take the view they can have in the class to their real world. Maybe one day they can work and become part of the regions and contribute to the development. And I really love the opportunity to collaborate with UWI colleague in Illinois, and he provided a lot of insight from the regional side. And he is the one that actually proposed the tourism topic. And he provided know that how important this is to the region. For me, it is an excellent education. I educated myself. I've never been to the 5 islands. It's beautiful places. Maybe should go and pick my next vacation destination and really to see face to face the colleague there. And yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Chin. I suspect this was the indication of the need for an invitation from Dr. Charles, so that you can visit our 5th campus, the University of the West Indies, the 5 Isles.
I'm sure.
Indeed. Yeah. And anyone else want to share experience, or perhaps Mr. Adelphus?
Right. I will go ahead and share our experience, and especially for our young school, which is the School of Science, Computing, and Artificial Intelligence. I think it was a privilege, in fact, to work on this project, and the fact that we were able to assemble an interdisciplinary team. And as you can see, it's not just that, but we have our colleagues from UMBC. So getting a team together and organizing everything, and be able to do what we have achieved within the period of time. And it was during the semester, so we had other things that we were working on. It was truly amazing. And I think it was great for our students who participated on this challenge. And moving forward, as Dr. Chen mentioned, we see potential in integrating some of these things in the curriculum. So in terms of what our students can practice on, and that can allow them to get practical experience. And then, of course, they will be solving problems that are native to them. They are within the environment that we live in. And that can truly have an impact as they move on towards their career. Personally, it was interesting. It was the huge part of this experience was working together with the team from UMBC, then learning a lot about climate change and then the sea level rise. And as we interrogated the data, I myself am a computer scientist, and I have experience in gaming, game design, and game development. So taking on a data-centric aspect of the research, and particularly climate change, was truly interesting. And I'm looking forward to adding this to one of my research areas and interest, and developing this project further, and actually to continue the collaboration with the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. And I think for our school, that it has been amazing to work on this project. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that. In fact, I was about to ask whether there are any plans for publishing the work. I think we've heard so far from 3 very good pieces of work, and yours being the third being presented this morning. Any thoughts on that? Are you guys looking towards publication, potentially expanding the work down the road and publishing some element of the work or the full bit of the research that has been done?
Definitely. You know, we have plans in place, not just to stop at this data challenge. So moving forward, our team from the UWI 5 Islands and the team from the University of Maryland, Baltimore County will continue the collaboration to see this project through and have publications and hopefully get some grants. You know, we're hoping that we're going to win this one. So this will go towards the funding of the continuation of this research. And if not, we would be seeking out funding. And specifically, we know that the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank is interested in this kind of work. And then we perhaps can forge some sort of partnership and hopefully we get to solve these challenges. And then it's exciting to be working with the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank and, you know, the joint team with the UMBC and the UWI 5 Islands.
Yeah, I want to mention that it's a very interesting reading of the 360 Resilience Report, a guide to prepare Caribbean for a new generation of shocks. And we're happy to see that a lot of our research are aligned well with the recommendation that proposed in this report. And we can envision that the work that we are starting now can be folded into the overall picture of the operationalization of the recommendation. Both in terms of building a system for public, communicate the risk information to the public, to a robust system, robust analytics to support regional planning and different time scale. And I think it's very relevant.
Yes, and I think the extent of the desire for research in artificial intelligence work and it goes beyond just the University of the West Indies. The several community colleges within the Eastern Caribbean are actually seeking to advance robotics. I know this be true for St. Kitts Nevis. I know this be true for St. Lucia as well. And so it certainly is a unique opportunity now to begin to advance work in this area. And we are very pleased that the ECCB, along with its partners, are really leading the charge. And we are very happy also to have the availability of Dr. Charles's expertise in this area to guide the work that is happening. I want to say though that irrespective of who wins the challenge, from us at the ECCB, the OECS Commission, the World Bank, the University of the West Indies, all 4 finalists are winners. These are excellent pieces of work that has been presented thus far. We have 1 more to go, and I will be certainly prompting them in a bit to prepare themselves, because we're going to move towards their presentation in the next 1 minute, so that they're aware of this. But I felt it important to say that because, you know, these are all good complementary type work that has been presented. We do know that data remains a challenge, and it is one of the areas of requiring continued public response to it, in improving the capacity of all our countries to collect the kind of data that we need so that we can facilitate more and more research of that magnitude. But we are moving ahead. And to emphasize a point raised by Dr. Charles, we recognize the impact that climate change will have on our societies and economies. We cannot rely on the international community alone to respond to our needs. We have to do what we can within the regional space to do the necessary legwork to respond effectively and to protect the future generation of our society and economies. So thank you very much. Panel is free. I think excellent work, just as been the case with the first two presenters. Thanks again.
Thank you a lot, ECCB, for this opportunity. As a team, I think we truly appreciated this and we enjoyed every bit of it.
Excellent indeed.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we invite panelists 4 to begin preparing themselves to present. And perhaps you can begin to pull up your PowerPoint presentation. I'll give you the cue to start. So Dr. Emil Ramsehai and team.
Hi, good morning, Chair. Our team member, Mr. Kevin Rajaram, he will be sharing the slide today.
No problem. But I will give you the cue to start in a bit, but you can begin to prepare.
Sure.
Join the dialogue. The ECCB, OECS Commission, the World Bank, and the UE present the 6th Growth and Resilience Dialogue, a free 2-day virtual event. More solutions, more innovation. Join as subject matter experts, business professionals, and thought leaders share perspectives and solutions addressing climate change challenges for Caribbean energy, tourism, and health sectors. Solution-oriented, insightful, and engaging 2-day virtual event. See the AI Climate Resilience Data Challenge finalists compete for $10,000 US, inviting CEOs, entrepreneurs, farmers, builders, students, financial service providers, and health service providers. Join the dialogue when you attend the ECCB 6th Growth and Resilience Dialogue, Climate Resilience, Securing the Future of Small Island Developing States, and register to attend.
Okay, we are back again, and I believe our final four finalists is getting ready to present. Certainly give me the cue that you are ready. I know we've given you extended time to do so.
Ready, Chair.
You are ready. Excellent. Our judges are ready.
I believe so, yes.
Excellent. Okay, so Dr. Emil, the floor is yours, and good luck.
So good day, everyone. I am Dr. Addison, and I will be presenting with the team on an OECS disaster risk smart classifier. Next. So on the agenda today, what we want to do is to share our story from the background and motivation, challenge, solutions, the application framework into the future considerations that we have for this model. Next. And here is an overview of our competent team members. So the story we want to start with is the impact of climate change in the Caribbean. Particularly in the Eastern Caribbean, these islands are highly vulnerable to climate hazards, as you could see in terms of floods, excessive rainfall, hurricanes, etc. And we know this has a huge impact in terms of economic losses, particularly in terms of GDP. So the challenges and projections we could see in terms of those socio-economic variables over the next few years due to hurricane damage are in the billions. And in terms of the blueprint for Caribbean economies, we need to present some sort of strategies for cross-cutting challenges. Next. So our motivation really and truly is climate resilience using AI. In alignment with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, we would like to help harness that sustainable society, and we believe that AI can help to rescue us in terms of those climate change adaptation tools. Next. Kevin will actually give you an overview of the challenge as we move forward.
So the challenge that was presented to us throughout this competition, it focused on 3 main areas with frequency of hurricanes and floods, coastal degradation and deforestation and soil erosion. The one that we chose to focus on was on building models that would predict hurricane and flood events. So our solution actually employed 3 various aspects. One, using the anonymized data that was given in the challenge to build a classification model, actually using other data provided that was de-identified or unanonymized to build a scalable prototype and to show the how we can use social media data to inform us for emergency response efforts. The first aspect of what we did, looking at the anonymized weather data in the OECS countries, as well as coupling that with the disaster preparedness data set found on MDAT, we developed a logistic regression model that had an F1 score of around 43% and accuracy of 90%. The reason for the F1 score of 43% was that the model did a really good job of classifying non-disaster events, but since there was not enough data, it did not do such a great job in classifying disaster events. The tools that we employed for this solution was using an AutoML platform called DataIQ's Data Science Studio, and we did a lot of our visualization in Microsoft Power BI. The data that we actually used was the data provided, which mostly included the aggregated data for temperature and precipitation, and this is what we used to predict the probability model. The strengths of the platform that we used actually allowed us to scale very quickly and iterate through several models. Also, we were able to efficiently aggregate the data into monthly data, and the visualizations of correlations between variables were also able to be demonstrated. Some of the challenges that we experienced, though, was that the anonymized data had different formats, missing entries, and also, as I mentioned before, the imbalanced class problem could have resulted in the lower F1 scores. Future work would include improving the data collection. We could have also included some of the aggregated data from countries D and E, and we could also try to incorporate other natural disaster events to make it a multi-classification event. To show that this could actually scale up, we searched through and found data sets that actually had information on the OECS as it relates to temperature, precipitation, and intensity. And we used this coupled with the MDAT data that was used previously in the anonymized data to identify floods, storms, and droughts. We were able to create a proof of concept that we will discuss shortly. The only countries that we left out from the OECS region were Angola and BVI, as they were not included as part of the data set. An overview at a high level would have been this flow where the data was aggregated. We would have then deployed it onto the AutoML platform that was able to quickly create all the classification models. And then this was visualized in a web application using Microsoft Power BI. The strengths of this, again, was being able to iterate through use of technology via the AutoML platform. And again, the visualization of correlations between variables. For future work, we want to work on adding real-time databases, incorporating additional data fields, and employing a live web application to assess unseen or new data. I'll now hand you over to Kyle.
We use Twitter data in our prototype to be informed of where emergency response is needed. We use the Twitter API. By the way, Twitter is a social media platform where anyone in the world can share their opinions. So we use a Twitter API to extract 5,000 tweets and import it into R. R is a tool that allows us to analyze the text. Using R, we created 3 graphs. So R allowed us to create a word cloud which showed what were the most discussed topics or words that were used in the time frame of August 2017, where Hurricane Maria hit Dominica. As you can see, Maria, Dominica, and Hurricane are the most spoken words. Also, you can see from the sentiment analysis, which is how negative, positive, or neutral the texts were, was mostly negative. Tell you.
Next. So we had used all this data on our model to have a proper informed emergency response. And we see here the strengths of this. We had collected data from different groups and locations. We also geocoded the information to help inform the responses. And one most important thing that we used, as Kyle said, actual tweets from Hurricane Maria in September 2017. So this is actual data that we had used. We did come across a few challenges with this whole concept, and we had, one of those would be the potential for large amounts of real-time data, and of course the unstructured data, to pull that together can be a challenge as well. Also, this stuff is in its infancy stage, and we forced to do this hybrid approach where we had actual Twitter data as well as the response agency data put together to do this project. Future work, most research is definitely needed, and we also have present research, 2020 research being done on these on this concept. We can look at what Nadamaski did here, especially if it says text mining, hurricane, tweets, the lessons learned and policy recommendations. So we look at how policies can be formulated based on this data. Next. So we look at Hurricane Harvey 2017, and we looked at a situation where actually 402 persons actually attempted to use Twitter so they could get our emergency response, in contrast to using calling 911 with a 70% response rate. So we see the socio-economic characteristics indicate that 66% of those people were actually had a depth or flood depth of a foot or more in their homes. Next. So from the study, we can see that we had various emergency responders. We had the police and fire department, postal and Navy and National Guard, and other special task force. One of the very most important recommendations that we saw coming through this work is that this increased use of social media by government agencies and support agencies can really aid in future emergency events so that we can improve our response and readiness.
All right, thanks, Sally. Good day, everyone. So here we're going to just touch into the actual prototype application a little more. This is the application for the predicting the risk of floods and other natural disasters. So there are three main components: the data, the machine learning, and then the web application itself, right? And the web application is for the actual users to use because they are not too concerned what happens in the background with the data and so on, right? Now it follows the traditional flow. You know, the data feeds into the ML model, and then the output from that feeds into the web application that the users use. And the impact of this application is quite varied. One, it's actually a job creation in terms of persons needed to maintain this setup and make sure it tweaks and have it running, as well as the actual aim, which is the output that the users use of the risk of floods and other natural disasters, that they can take preventative action and they can also take reactive action in terms of saving lives and in terms of minimizing financial costs. And also by leveraging AI technology into the operations of the users, that gives them access to the latest technology and also is a stepping stone to continue using technology, right? Now we'll just touch briefly on each of the three. So the first one is the data, that's the first component. And in here, we basically had two sources. The first source was the climate data that was provided by the challenge, and we supplemented that with other climate data from World Bank, etc. And this we cleaned and transformed and so on using Power BI and fed that into the AutoML application to generate the predictions. The second source of data was the Twitter data. We use the Twitter API to scrape Twitter to gather the relevant tweets. We use R to clean and transform that. And from that, the output was the actual sentiment analysis as well as the geolocation output, right? Now, in terms of the data, as we had mentioned previously, one of the recommendations would be to aggregate or collect all these into a database just to make the whole ELT process a bit easier. Right, next slide, please. Right, the second component is the machine learning component. So we have touched on how we end up using logistic regression and so on. Now, why we chose the AutoML platform is that the AutoML comes with many benefits, right? The easiest one being scaling in terms of more data you add, easier to scale. And it can very easily train and test multiple models. And when compared to traditional methods, the AutoML is superior in terms of running simultaneous simulations in parallel, right? In terms of having multiple tests being run. So all these benefits that allowed us to pretty much save time and try and focus on the actual, what it is you want to get using the AutoML. Now we use Data IQ as it was available to us through our academic license, but going forward, that recommendation is to continue using AutoML. It'll just have to be on some commercial license based on funding and so on. Right, next slide. So the third component is the actual web application. So this is what the users would be interfacing with. Again, they're not would be too concerned about what happens in the background. Now, we hosted this on Google Sites just as a prototype, just to make it publicly available and easily accessible. One of the challenge here was that because we had used Power BI for the visualizations, Power BI a bit restrictive in terms of users need to be on the same domain in order to access it. So moving forward, one way might be to use an alternative visualization tool that's less restrictive, so it's easier accessible by wider users. And the end of the day, the output that coming from this web application is the risk prediction of the floods and the other natural disasters. And this is what is needed by the first responders and the decision makers. So they will be able now to look at the data, to look at the output, and be able to take preventative action before. And then if the natural disaster occurs, they can then use whatever information they get to take better reactive action, right? That is really a breakdown of the application and the three components. And I'll hand you over to Kevin now to continue.
Thanks, Ken. So, we spoke a lot about what the application looks like, and pretty much to the end user, we will be able to give some kind of output depicting the potential level. And just to kind of navigate what that looks like, I'm just going to share my screen to the actual Power BI output. So as you can see here, as Ken mentioned, we would have created the Google site and asking me to log in. There we go. So for this, we were able to create the summary statistics, yes, on the challenge data. And we were able to then show all of the different types of KPIs based on max temperature, min temperature, the temperature by country. And you can see here the countries that we used for the anonymized data set. For the proof of concept, which is where we use the auto machine learning platform to feed the data into this, we could then here see the overall summary data, the amount of countries that were used, the minimum year, the maximum year, any correlations based on those things. We also were able to present it in the way that you can see it based on scale, also based on the time series event. And this would all be accessible to end users. And the one that would be most noteworthy to them is the actual contributions that can lead to the likelihood of a high-risk event. And so we were able to break those down into high risk, low risk, low medium risk, and medium high risk. And from this, you see something very similar to the output of what a decision tree would be, as in if the average temperature is between such and such, there's a likelihood of that being increased by 1.52 and for various variables. And what we would like to do in future is to be able to use this real time versus based on aggregated data. I will now hand you back over to Letitia.
Thank you, Kevin. So after all of our analysis, what really is the bigger picture? We would like to see the integration of this tool into climate services, particularly in terms of this regional consortium where we have various sectors, health, tourism, agriculture, water, etc. We just wanted to pick out two key sectors so that it could make it more usable in your mind in terms of where it can fit in. For instance, in agriculture and tourism, particularly in agriculture, it would be essential to have a predictive tool to assist farmers to have a gauge about areas that have the highest flood risk. Also, in terms of tourism, you could provide tourists with an idea of the best times of year in terms of particular months of year to visit the island and overall improve that tourist experience. Next. And in conclusion, some of the takeaways we have and the future considerations is that all of this cannot be done in isolation. It really is part of a larger aspect of capacity building in terms of awareness, knowledge transfer, development of skills for all our stakeholders, being part of an innovation hub and database in terms of what this challenge presented us with, in terms of the different sectors, and that regional response mechanism is really key. And this is where it really fits in because we need a regional effort to deal with climate change. So the coordination of all these local and regional agencies to promote the use of the tool, for instance, the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, etc., and also on a global scale in terms of having additional support from international agencies such as the IPCC, and in agreement with the Paris Agreement as well in terms of the climate change aspect, we think that this risk tool would actually be very key and essential to all the regional and international response units to partner with us to be able to build it and roll it out into something very meaningful to all our stakeholders. So we thank you very, very much for this opportunity to present to you, and we now invite questions from our judges.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson and team. Quite enlightening presentation. We now invite our judges to provide some questions. And I invite Dr. David Farrell, Mr. Seth Perez, as well as Dr. Louis McGivney. Again, not specifically in the order that I call them, but they can opt to determine when they proceed to ask those questions. Our judges. It's like you guys did an excellent job.
Hi, Clarence. I'm happy to kick things off.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Yes, congratulations to the team. Thank you very much for a well-prepared and presented set of slides and overview of the work that you've done and the methodology that you have developed for your application. I was particularly interested in diving a bit deeper into the use of social media, which I found very interesting about your particular approach. And so I had just a sort of maybe an initial question just from a behavioral perspective. I was surprised to see in the slide that you made one reference indicating that during a recent natural disaster that more people used Twitter than used 911. Not sure if you have any idea of why that was the case, but just curious if you do, if you could share a little bit about that and how that may be informing a bit of the use of incorporating social media and particularly Twitter into your approach. So if you could respond to that, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Hi, Emily Ramsahai here. I'll take that question. Well, I really wanted Twitter to be the highlight, but I didn't. 402 people use Twitter, but there were thousands of people who seek out emergency response and to get help in that Hurricane Harvey. So Twitter was really a small number, but we expect over time that it would grow. But also, why some of those people opted to go the Twitter way is that a lot of the 911 lines were very busy. And it was very hard to get through the 911 line. So people were opting for other alternatives. So that particular study showed that giving other alternatives is really something that is needed. And also the internet was up. You know, there were a lot of floods, but the internet was up. People were even reaching out to friends and family in that study on Facebook. That study took a number of different social media platforms and Facebook. They were more reaching out to friends. But on the Twitter, they were just reaching out to any and everybody because Twitter is more open space, you know. So there were other reasons that they gave that Twitter was more the option that was chosen by a few. Another reason was that we found that people who were regularly using Twitter would opt to use it at that time as well. So that was a few of the reasons why we saw that Twitter was used with Hurricane Harvey to help with responses.
Okay, great. Thank you. And sort of building on the sort of social media angle, as we've we've been discussing today, this challenge of using sort of historical data with also real-time data. And obviously in the case of social media, it's primarily real-time data. Could you talk a little bit about how you would see the real-time data improving the predictability of your model? Because I can see certainly the application of one of the use cases that you highlighted was being able to provide a dashboard for emergency response, and obviously being able to aggregate social media data in real time to give a better sense of where there are people in need and how to allocate response services accordingly. But do you have a thought, or can you elaborate on how you see the social media real-time data maybe improving your model's predictability capabilities over time? Is there something that's unique about social media data that potentially could improve the model overall, particularly looking at future predictions? Thanks.
Sure, I can take that one. Using Twitter, if you can think about it, we showed the ability to create sentiment scores, right? Those scores are indicative of I'm almost sure, and we didn't do this as part of the study, but I'm also sure they'll be highly correlated with the event. With that high correlation, we could almost assume that if we were to feed it as a column type field with the real-time data, and this is also assuming that we can get real-time data on which we've identified they exist on like rainfall and temperatures and things like this, coupled with that real-time aggregation of that Twitter data, I think it will help improve model accuracy. And then on the geocoding side, it will actually also help with the pinpointing of areas, specifically within the territory themselves. So I think this is how they can all work together. One, improving model accuracy and precision, but also like the applicability of it to be used by emergency responders.
Great. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the team. No further questions from my end. Over to the other judges.
Thank you.
Hi. Oh, okay, Dr. Farrell, go ahead, please.
Okay, thanks. I'd like to revisit the Twitter discussion a bit, in that the social media platforms may not be accessible for major events. And we've seen Irma, Maria, and so on as being situations where the whole telecoms network in impacted countries went down. And so there are two positions one can take on Twitter, in that Twitter provides a mechanism for communication, that is correct. But what about the magnitude of the impact? Does the lack of Twitter from specific locations actually provide really the true magnitude of what may have happened in a particular area? So if there are no Twitter tweets in an area that traditionally has, let's say, 1,000 tweets a day, are we looking more at Twitter for messaging, or are we looking at, can we look at Twitter for lack of messaging? Just want to get a sense of what the teams think about that.
I can take that question. I was pausing there to see if anyone else wanted to jump in. It's a very thought-provoking question. And I think that in extreme disasters, it is really something you can look at and also gauge some level of knowledge based on what had happened previously. Because when you don't have information is the point at which you need to look at when you had information. So I love how you express the fact that comparing area that usually you have a lot of tweets And if you see that systems are going down, that your level of communication is dropping, it's information you can really use. So the lack of information does have information in it. So Twitter is really going to provide information not only for responses, but let's say there's no event happening now, we can have our agencies asking questions, getting feedback, and that is how it could be used for policy. But excellent question, and it really is thought-provoking, and maybe if anyone else from the audience would like to chime in at this point in time, I am open to experiences that they may have had when the lack of information really helps you more in terms of how you deal with a situation. Thanks for that question.
If I could also just follow on Emily's train of thought, social media, it is very real time and very proactive versus being reactive. So, I mean, some of the tweets that we would have analyzed here, yes, it's based on experiences, based on the event, but I think it is also very event specific, right? So in the event of like a hurricane, there's usually some kind of, anticipation going up. And people would usually chime in on these things, in advance. Yes, in this particular case, these were responses made during the this specific type of event, which was a flood event. So obviously, to that point, Dr. Farrell, the availability of telcos would be still up and running, right? For the most part, cables would be mostly unaffected. So, to that degree, I still think that there is some merit to it, but to also couple that with the idea that the lack of said tweets in like another type of event, you could always have that cohort of places, OECS territories. I mean, they are not as large as United States territories. And so if you can see like from a specific demographic, you were always expecting these amount of tweets. And one of the recommendations we made was like this record of database, this database record, with like these locations, and you notice that nothing is really coming out there. One can infer that there would be some type of natural disaster affecting that area. All right, so the lack of information thereof can also make some kind of inference. And then also one last point I'd like to draw to is that in recent times, Facebook would have had this marked as safe type of feature. I'm not sure, and we could do the exploration of if it's zero rated or not, because I do know that some functions of Facebook are zero rated, and perhaps Twitter might take some pattern from that and allow for like zero rated messages and things like that. That doesn't necessarily need users to be online, because it will just have the existing repo of users. So it will be more like, it doesn't need to be online, but for all the other persons that I'm connected with can know that I am marked as safe. So that is a consideration for future work. But thank you for the question.
And if I may use my privilege as chair to just give a bit of my own experience, I recall in 2007, I was in Jamaica when Hurricane Dean hit Jamaica, and I was in the capital. And my experience, if I recall, I was on WhatsApp right through, I think it was, with relatives in St. Lucia while the hurricane was really frightening, because I think it was a Category 4, I believe, at the time. So there certainly seems to be good merit in terms of the utility of not to add any points to your team. I'm completely neutral to all 4 teams, and I think excellent work has been done by all 4 teams. And for that, congratulations to all. But I just felt I should give my own personal experience in that regard.
Chair, can I just continue, please?
Yes, Dr. Farrell.
Yeah, I'd like to revisit this point, because I think this is an extremely important point about the assumptions that we make about flooding and catastrophic events and what we define by these. And I would like to just talk about the last year Barbados had what was the Met Service calls a freak storm. There were thousands of lightning strikes within an hour. all over. It wasn't defined as a tropical storm or what we may classify in the sense of a major disaster, but it has a significance in that it could knock out your entire telecommunication system. And so we have to be very, very careful of what we assume not damages the telecom systems and what does not damage the telecom systems. And we need more diversification in the telecom systems at the national level. So I just wanted to point that out, that when we talk about flooding and so on, not necessarily impacting telecoms, it may not necessarily be an accurate position. And the other thing that I wanted to ask about, and it's common, is quantitative predictions. So far, it looks a lot of stuff is essentially qualitative and so on. With some, well, you get a mean with some uncertainty and so on. And we're one of the things I'd like to get a greater sense of is confidence in the predictions that you guys have, and moving towards really very, very, very quantitative predictions when we start talking about flooding, or we start talking about precipitation and so on. Can you give me a sense of the quantitative, how confident are you in the quantification and the numbers that you may put out from the models? And because one of the things I'm noticing is that a lot of the presentations are presenting information, and certainly it may be on a single location, it may be on multiple locations, but certainly when we start talking about flooding includes aspects of landform, et cetera, et cetera. So can you give me some idea of the level of confidence you have in the quantifications you may be providing?
I can probably start this conversation.
Yeah, I'm going to chime in actually. I'm now saying we have a statistician on board here, and that question is perfect for her.
Thank you, Emily. I'll start the conversation, and I know my team members will jump in. Level of confidence. We would say that we are medium to highly confident that in terms of the quantitative aspect, the actual mechanism of how the model works is a probabilistic model, which is that logistic regression model. So we started with a baseline model, basically in terms of the mathematical aspect, which is essentially an equation incorporating those variables in terms of rainfall and different aspects in terms of how we quantify them. One additional aspect that we could do, for instance, even with respect to the level of data in terms of the social media data, and the sentiment analysis data, we could also include, funnel into the model those sentiments in terms of positive, neutral, negative, and have that as another level of data to add in terms of a variable. So in terms of the actual robustness of the model on the back end, it's highly robust. Logistic regression models are extremely robust in terms of classification aspects, and quantitatively speaking, it's very powerful in terms of what we add in. So based on your question in terms of variables, in terms of having other layers to the variables, we can always have different layers in terms of the intensities, in terms of categorizations. It's really endless possibilities in terms of harnessing the power of that model. So from the standpoint of the mathematical aspects, and I know Kevin will jump in on this afterwards, it's really, we're very confident in the mechanism of how the model works and the quantitative aspects behind that model.
Yes, thanks for that, Letitia. So Dr. Farrell, yeah, just to add in on what Letitia is saying there, definitely, there is a lot of merit to, I guess, the approach we took in terms of using various classification models, one of them obviously being the logistic regression model. One of the limitations that we identified was the amount of data available to us, right? Also given the constraints of time throughout the challenge. So we really focused on the initial data provided, which was on rainfall and climate and temperature. But that being said, like even that very valid point you raised there with the ability to affect telcos and not, that eventually could be something fed in as a variable, right? That could incorporate, and we could probably even use some of that to identify, like, classifications or clusters of of how it affects telco systems as a flag, right, as a 1 or a 0 in the data. So I'm just thinking about it from a data standpoint, and how that would be used to like improve the type of events and the classification. And as Letitia would have mentioned, like if we factor in other things like intensity and things like that. So definitely, I think we are confident in the ability for the model to be able to handle a lot of the quantitative type of information. The qualitative information comes from tweets. I mean, we would have converted that into quantitative through counts and frequencies and those distributions. So that's kind of like how we transpose that information to be able to feed into this model.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Farrell. I want to also invite Mr. Panduri to share his thoughts and perhaps any questions you may want to ask.
Sure, thanks. And let me firstly congratulate the team. Very excellent presentation, very, very thoughtful. I thought it was very insightful, especially the use of social media. But in terms of the model, the logistic regression model, so I know we use the term probabilistic model, but when I took a look at it, it looked more like a score, because the variables, so basically the coefficients that you had there, in terms of beta 0, beta 1, beta 2, etc., would have probably given you a model over 1 or negative and stuff like that. So I think the use of the terminology of probability, it may be a little bit skewed, and you should probably look at a score rather than a use of thing. But that's just terminology wise. So in terms of the variables that you guys utilize and stuff like that, which variables did you guys find most important in terms of the prediction, in terms of the logic regression / scoring? And did you guys drop any or do any fine tuning in terms of the model variables, I should say?
Sure. Again, so I just need to keep underscoring the limitation of data available in the model prediction, right? So again, we would have focused on a couple of variables, namely min temperature, max temperature, precipitation, and we would have coupled that in based on the territory, right? Obviously, it was time series based. We did use the logit function as part of the logistic regression model. So it actually would have given it like a score between 0 and 1, given it a probabilistic outview. So that's why we chose that terminology. And again, it does fall under the realm of classification models. That was one of the classification models we used. We used that one actually on the anonymized data. In using the AutoML platform, it allowed us to optimize over various scores. And the score we chose was F1, which is an average of accuracy and recall. And simply because we knew the limitations of our data set, we knew that one of them obviously was the imbalanced class data. And so that was why we chose to optimize over the F1 score. And throughout several models, the logistic regression had actually come out on top based on that optimization on the F1 score. Yes, it's 43%. We could have easily seen that it did really well in accuracy, being able to classify non-disaster events. But in terms of identifying disaster events, it can also, be a flaw. So that's one of the things that we want to incorporate into future work, is the ability to be able to add in more of those events where flagged and keep a closer record of it. And then the other aspect of your question in terms of if we did any types of like tuning or hyperparameterization tuning, we would have done like various k-folds on the model. So instead of just 5, we would have done 10-fold. We would have also looked at the distribution run times. All of them would have run really quickly. We didn't need to go to any GPUs simply because the train and test set, they were so small. And then, based on that validation, we didn't really need to do like a smaller split on the train and test data. So we used the usual ratio of 80/20. So that's kind of like the things that we did in terms of the modeling aspect. For the actual proof of concept, which was the de-identified data where we could actually see which country was affected, we went through like different models. Logistic regression was not the only successful model in those. We had like extra trees, key nearest neighbors. We actually had an incident for St. Kitts where the artificial neural network was actually the most optimized based on F1 scores. And I mean, we didn't go through those in details, but we do have them as appendices. But yeah, so to that point, Randall, I do feel like, there is more that the model could handle in terms of data. But yeah, given the constraints that we did have, I feel as though like, the effort that we would have put into that aspect of it, I think it was sufficient, but I do acknowledge that there can be better, there can be more improvements in long term. Letitia, Emily, any thoughts?
I just wanted to add, in terms of the score, based on the question, there is an odds ratio that is associated with the logistic regression, but what we did, we actually used the probabilistic score between 0 and 1 because we really wanted to harness the idea of quantifying the level of risk into risk bands. And therefore, those categorizations are what the end user would see in terms of high risk, medium risk, etc. So basically, instead of using the odds ratio, which, as you mentioned, is a score generated by that logistic model, we actually quantify the risk in terms of the probability, which was also generated as well. So hopefully that clarifies that.
Yeah, we can have a statistical discussion after this, Letitia,
sure.
on all of these, the terminology of score and those kinds of things. That's fine. In terms of the overfitting, so how did you guys deal with any set of overfitting issues in your analysis?
Yeah, so the bias variance trade-off for this is almost very impossible to get around, simply because I think of about 15,000 observations. We probably could have identified like less than 100 natural disaster events. So when it came to actually identifying all of like the true positives, there were some challenges. So pretty much in future, what we can do is incorporate like other countries that have been affected so that the model can better learn from similar type events. So we only really focused in on OECS, but we could also probably use the entire Caribbean region for the model to be able to identify more disaster type events. And similarly, probably like, and this kind of ties into what Letitia said, like a global approach. So again, like learning from multiple types of events, and then, kind of narrowing it down to OECS. But pretty much the bias variance trade-off could not be dealt with simply because of that imbalanced class problem.
All right, thank you so much. Chair, back to you.
Thanks, Randall, for this. Again, I sitting from my end, I'm quite impressed with all the work that has gone into these research efforts. And 4 very good presentations this morning. I know we now give time to the judges to do what they do best. But as is customary with the previous presentations, we want to learn of your experiences. How was it? I know many have spoken about the data challenges, getting data and being able to handle that. But we want to learn a little bit about broadly your collective challenges and experiences, as well as your individual experiences. But just before you do so, I'm not sure, Dr. Farrell, you wanted to come in?
Yes, Chair. I just had a really brief question here for Team 4. And it's the definition of disaster. Was it the definition taken from, or the identification of disaster, was it taken from the national entity, which may be a National Disaster Office, or was it a classification that you came up with for disaster? Just out of curiosity.
So for the models that we use, we specifically identified the disaster based on event, and we focused on floods, hurricanes, and drought events. So it wasn't an entity type disaster event. It was specific classifications of those.
Okay, so this is scale. How does it scale? So community to national. Is it scalable, I assume?
Yes, that is one of the things that we think this model, this over the application framework, it will scale well based on things like that, like national, from community-based to like national-based.
So it's potentially biased by whatever I define as a disaster, the user defines as disaster.
Yes, yeah, there would be some bias in terms of that, the what we would have flagged as the disaster, but again, we would have just narrowed it down to those three.
Okay, thanks a lot.
No problem.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Farrell. Okay, so can we learn about your experiences?
One of our 5 Island students here, and I'm going to ask him to say a few words. We're very privileged to work with these students and love to hear from them.
Well, I was responsible for making the visual, word cloud and the sentimental analysis graph. And the one challenge I had when I was creating the script to generate these diagrams were text, because on Twitter there are Unicode, these Unicode characters, which is a large list of different characters, and you can represent them as emojis. Well, when you convert those emojis to text, they're not emojis anymore. They are Greek characters, Latin characters I've never seen before. Characters would fill up the word cloud because people use a lot of emojis. So I had to create a dictionary that would sort of filter out all Unicode characters that weren't English. So Thai, lambda, you know. And the curse words, yes. The human English is a very dirty language. So a lot of curse words, I have to make a dictionary as well. Right. So the dictionary would have to, the script would filter out all of these words that shouldn't be in the final data set. And from that, I was able to create a word cloud and the sentimental analysis. Learning about AI was very fun, actually. It's amazing to think that robots can mimic the human mind, part for part, neuron for neuron. That was an amazing part of this project, and I'm blessed to be working with such talented people as well.
I would also like to follow Kyle's sentiments on that. I mean, aside from the academic side to doing research, thinking about model building and all those things, just being part of such a diverse team. Some of us are from Trinidad, some of us are from 5 Islands. It was extremely exciting to bring all these ideas together and harness it in such a way that we really started to think differently about our Caribbean community. And really, I truly value now, really looking into this work. Like, this is something that I didn't initially expect would be a research area that I would go into. And now I feel very passionate about it. Like, I'm excited. I cut out 2 newspaper articles I saw yesterday on disaster preparedness, and I felt the excitement because of this challenge. So I really would like to thank the organizers of this challenge. It really brought to the forefront not only our skills, but even our teamwork, the level of teamwork that I have seen in this group, the level of determination, persistence, perseverance with all our other, engagements that we have, work life. It has been extremely extraordinary, even in a short space of time, to really just pull that together And I would also say, like, I picked up things along the way that I didn't know before. Now I know how to actually edit a video. That was something that I never knew. I had to sit down and really, focus on it. And I think each of us really picked up something in this learning experience, not only just focusing on a competition aspect, but really just building on skills that we did not previously have. And that has been a really valuable experience for me being on this team. So, and I really wanted to thank my team members as well. You all have been really a strong set of individuals to be able to have in this one connected network to get this work done and to do further work with. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity and the experience to be a part of it. Kevin?
I think Kelly is going to go. So go ahead.
Yes, it's the experience was great. It's gratifying actually. It was I learned so much in the team. The only AI I did before is that Yui was doing the breadth first search algorithm to design chess games. So to do this stuff, the analyze the pattern was something very different, important. And also the skills we learned, the things we learned, for example, I learned to use Discord. And my purpose would have been Facebook, but people decided Discord, so I had to sit down and learn the Discord, and you get this text or WhatsApp, it's, hey, we're going to be in Discord in so many minutes, and you join. So it was these spur moments like last night. Somebody was like, we need to run for our presentation, and I was outside in my yard, and I had to rush back inside and connect. So it was a lot of excitement using the Google Drive to share files and all the different things we used to pull this thing together. I mean, it was amazing. I mean, the time I looked at the presentation, I was like, wow, I mean, we did this in this time. I mean, when I heard the dates first announced of when different parts of this thing had been submitted, I was like, when my work, like, no, it is happening. And just to see how we could come together and we laugh together and pull things together and we practice and rehearse, that was the wonderful battle. Yeah.
Go ahead, Kevin.
For me, it really just was a pleasure to work with this fine group. It's always great to work with people that are passionate in an area that you share an interest in. When Emily would have invited us to participate on the 5 islands, because it definitely was not on my radar. It really was an enjoyable experience. I can say very time consuming at times, simply because there was a lot of work involved in a short space of time. But I think the collective effort and, the exchange of ideas was really something that the team did well. Letitia and Emily were able to coordinate with all the ideas and stuff like that. And even not being in the same place, and it really does show how the evolution of this thing has grown and transcended just being in one location to be able to produce meaningful work. So that is something that was really, really exciting for me, very invigorating, very refreshing. That cross-border ability to exchange ideas and information. So, and definitely, hats off to all the other participants as well. I mean, we were last, so we saw a lot of what other people did. And I think they would have experienced similar thing. I had Odion, who's a classmate that he's not in Trinidad, messaging me about this. So it's good to see that, there's so much growth in the area of AI and data science in the region. So it's just really amazing to see. So that was my experience, Chair.
Excellent. As you guys provided your experiences, my thought was, research is not just about hard work, which is important. The academic side of it is important because we want, data-driven, research-driven sort of policy decisions taking place. But the social side of it is sometimes not well spoken of. And it's good to hear how persons can come together and learn about each other, participate and enjoy the research together. And as someone passionate in regional integration, to have several persons from different islands throughout our Caribbean region working together, I think is the what we tend to say, the cherry at the top, really. And so it's excellent, and it's something that we need to ensure continues beyond this initial data challenge. So thank you very, very much. We have gotten to a point where I'm sure several of you would need to take a good breather and have lunch. And so just to say though that that during the lunchtime, we would want to encourage you to keep your screen on. We have an exciting lunchtime video presentation, and we surely do not want you to miss that. I also want to let you know that the afternoon session, or the extended afternoon session, we're in the afternoon already, is going to be quite exciting because we will now hear back from our head judge as he presents on all the winners, because as I've said before, all the presenters are winners. And then we would want to hear from the awardees their general feedback on this entire journey and the award. And if you recall this morning, I would have indicated, and on day one, would have indicated that those of us who would have registered on the dialogue platform would have been entered for a Spa Day gift certificate. We will take the opportunity after hearing from our winners to announce another set of winners, which in that case would be the spa, the person winning the Spa Day gift certificate. I'm wondering whether I was also entered in this particular draw. I'm hoping I was. If I wasn't, then I don't foresee myself being one of the winners of that. And then we will hear from our Deputy Governor, Dr. Valder Henry, who will close off this, what one would consider a very excellent 6th edition of the Growth and Resilience Dialogue. So I know we're all hungry and you don't want to hear another word from me. So please see you back at 2:15, where we will invite our head judge to tell us what's going on. So thank you very much. Enjoy lunch. Please keep your screens on so that you can, as you enjoy your lunch, you can also enjoy our lunchtime presentation, video presentation. Thank you very much.
Rise to the challenge.
Yes, rise to the challenge.
Calling students and practitioners worldwide to design AI applications that can solve real-world climate data problems.
1. The Caribbean is among the lowest emitters of carbon, but among the hardest hit. 2. The Caribbean is the most tourist-dependent region in the world. And as most of you appreciate, most of our assets or tourism assets are along our coast. So you could understand the vulnerability of that sector to climate risk. And 3, the frequency and ferocity of storms have increased. Evidence has indicated that there's not just increased frequency of hurricanes, but that since 2001, we've had 17 of the warmest years on record since 2001.
Students and experts are challenged to apply their expertise in data science and artificial intelligence to assess the changes and correlations between specific climate data and predict future events and trends. The data provided by challenge organizers will cover 3 or more data sets from countries in the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union related to the rise in heat temperatures, intensity and frequency of hurricanes and floods, reduced precipitation or low rainfall, coastal degradation, coastal flooding and sea level rise, deforestation, and soil erosions.
Visitors come from all over the world to enjoy the beautiful beaches and ocean of our small island development states. For many of these islands, tourism is the backbone of the economy. Without tourism, the economy is going to die. But for all of us, this ocean is a lifeline that protects us. This ocean captures 90% of greenhouse gases. With all the advances in artificial intelligence and breakthrough in machine learning, we now have the opportunity to solve our own problem. What COP26 has taught us is that the cavalry is not coming. So we need to take it in our own hands, use the data, use all that data that we have collected, run algorithms, use AI, understand the patterns and the trends that the data is telling us so that we could make predictions about our lives and our future.
This fully virtual event will culminate with finalists selected from the pool of candidates who would have submitted their entries, pitching their prototypes on April 7, 2022, day 2 of the Growth and Resilience Dialogue, for the opportunity to win the grand prize of $10,000. University students and private sector practitioners working in the fields of data science and artificial intelligence are invited to participate in the Climate Resilience Data Challenge 2022, organized by the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, ECCB, in collaboration with the OECS Commission, the World Bank, and the University of the West Indies.
Get ready, we challenge you.
Small island developing states attend this meeting troubled that the world is teetering dangerously on the precipice of a climate catastrophe if we overshoot the 1.5 degrees goal, with fatal consequences, especially for small island states.
Warmer air and sea temperatures have permanently altered the climate between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. Heat is the fuel that takes ordinary storms we could normally master in our sleep, and supercharges them into a devastating force.
Small island developing states attend this meeting troubled that the world is teetering dangerously on the precipice of a climate catastrophe if we overshoot the 1.5 degrees goal, with fatal consequences, especially for small island states.
Warmer air and sea temperatures have permanently altered the climate between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. Heat is the fuel that takes ordinary storms we could normally master in our sleep, and supercharges them into a devastating force.
must act in the interests of all of our people who are dependent on us. And if we don't, we will allow the path of greed and selfishness to sow the seeds of our common destruction. The leaders of today, not 2030, not 2050, must make this choice. It is in our hands, and our people and our planet need it more than ever. We can work with who is ready to go, because the train is ready to leave. And those who are not yet ready, we need to continue to ring circle and to remind them that their people, not our people, but their citizens, need them to get on board as soon as possible. Code red to the G7 countries. Code red to the G20. Earth to COP, that's what it said. Earth to COP. For those who have eyes to see, for those who have ears to listen, and for those who have a heart to feel, 1.5 is what we need to survive. 2 degrees, yes, SG, is a death sentence for the people of Antigua and Barbuda, for the people of the Maldives, for the people of Dominica and Fiji, for the people of Kenya and Mozambique, and yes, for the people of Samoa and Barbados. We do not want that dreaded death sentence. And we've come here today to say, try harder, try harder.
To deny climate change is to procrastinate while the earth sinks. It is to deny a truth we have just lived. We need action, and we need it now.
As we seek to address this very significant existential threat of climate change that all of humanity have to contend with. In fact, we are on the front lines of climate change.
What must we say to our people living on the front line in the Caribbean, in Africa, in Latin America, in the Pacific?